Good evening, boys and ghouls. Welcome to the Hallow Stream here on Three Star Draw. What is going on, everybody? It is Halloween. Happy Halloween. Hope everybody is having a good one. Hope everybody got lots of candy, or you are eating lots of candy that your kids brought home, or you got left over. You got to have that parent tax. So, hope everybody is having a good time. I wanted to do this a little late. I know Punk with Toys is on, and that was a pretty important stream. So, wanted to do this late and give Mr. Punk his space, but we have done that, and now it is time to talk some spooky stuff. So, I'm going to bring on some guests here in just a second. I have one more guest that possibly might show up that you guys know, and if that one can't make it, I've got one more that might possibly come on. But we're going to talk about some horror stuff. We're going to talk some ghosts. We're going to talk about our favorite horror movies. I want to hear what kind of horror movies you guys like as well. And I'm cracking up looking at the backstage panel right now. So glad everybody is here. Thank you for stopping by. I do want to preface before I get this, so I don't remember, or so I don't forget, remember this and get it out of the way right now. I have two friends with Halloween birthdays that were lucky enough to have Halloween birthdays. So I have one that probably doesn't even know this show exists. We'll call her Boo because that's what her sister calls her. Happy birthday, Boo. And my homie from out on the West Coast that you've heard me talk about, Berserker's Brush, he has a Halloween birthday. So happy birthday to those guys. So without further ado, before we get started, I am going to bring on our first guest after I show this thumbnail right here. So we'll bring that back up here in a little while. So for our first guest, you guys probably already figured out who might be coming on. We're going to welcome that creature from the great white north of Canada, the Birdman himself, talking about some horror movies. Crusty old crow. Oh, that's Road Pig. How did you get on there?
It's a very Halloween looking figure.
What's happening, brother? Long time no see. I love that pig mask.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, no, it's good, bro. It's good. It's happy Halloween. Oh,
happy Halloween, man. Do you how many trick or treaters do you have?
I had 3. They were all related. Only one was in costume. The other 2 were escorts, and I gave them most of the candy. And then we're done.
You always got to give the candy to the escorts. So let's bring our other guest on, and we will ask how his Halloween is going. So you guys might know this guy from the chats. You might not have seen him before, but he is an absolute authority on both music and horror movies and scary shit. So let's welcome that Midwest maniac, Jay Astro, also known as Zeke.
Well, hi.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good, man. Thanks for having me on. How you dudes doing?
Good, man. Yeah, it's Halloween. I'm always good on Halloween.
Oh, that's right. It's a great time of year.
What you been up to today? You had a busy Halloween?
I worked, and then I came home and ate and played with toys for a while and started watching a movie, kind of fell asleep, and I was like, oh, shit, I got to get up. I got a thing to do tonight. So here I am. It's going to be a late night.
Got a thing. What'd you watch? What movie?
Well, I was watching on the Blu-ray disc for the Blair Witch Project, there's a fake documentary, and it's kind of right along the lines of the movie where it purports to be real, and it's actually a really good fake documentary. So I started watching that.
That was an interesting movie, man. Did you guys think it was real when it come out?
No. I already knew it wasn't. I already read, it was already revealed that it was phony. But I mean, I think it's convincing. I think it's good. I believe it. And I got lost in the woods once when I was a kid. My dad dragged me deer hunting, and I was lost for 45 minutes. And I know how it feels to be lost in the woods. It's fucking terrifying.
Yeah,
it really is, especially when you're, there's a witch or a killer that could be out there.
Gonna make you stand in the corner of their shitty house.
Yeah.
I respected the Blair Witch. I knew it was fake right away, but only because I'm that kind of skeptic, right? And but they did a really good job putting enough, production value into sending you decoys. Like, the hype around it was really well done for its time. Like, it was
Yeah,
noticeable.
I think so too, man. And it revitalized that whole genre. So
And it was
well,
innovative for that cam job thing at the time.
yeah, the make you sick shaky cam.
Yeah.
Damn
Not
it,
old
the
fashioned.
actors did a really good job of seeming like not actors without seeming like amateur actors. That's a fine line between you're not an actor and you have to pretend you're not an actor.
Yeah,
So
and with some of the shit they went through while filming it, I mean, they were legitimately freaked out and stressed out a lot of the time. So, before we get too deep into our subject matter, I'm gonna go ahead and say hi to the chat. And by all means, if you guys see something in the chat I need to highlight, call it to my attention so I can bring it up. Let's say hi to Shark Eyes. Let's get spooky up in this biz. What is going on? Long time no see, brother. Saw you a few minutes ago, I think. Got Turk Murphy's Toy Solutions is in the house. Happy Spooks Day, y'all. Happy Spooks Day to you. Crimson Cobra Commander is here. What's going on, buddy? Got Eric Thurman in the house and probably just wrapping up trick or treating out there in his neck of the woods.
these are all some of my favorite people so far. This is great.
I'm
I'm
telling you,
honored they're
man.
here.
Well, this will be a jam. No, Eric Pop better be dressed as Prince. Oh, War Chest Full of Toys is here. Menjoza, happy Boo-ween all. And let's see, I think that is everybody that has commented. So, thank you guys for tuning in for this. Something I had the idea for a while and really wanted to do and talk something other than toys, and what better night to do it. So,
Three Star, are you dressed like Theodore Sodcutter? Is that your outfit there?
I'm glad you called that out because my affinity for Theodore Sodcutter.
I do.
Part of why I like the Theodore Sodcutter figure so much is because this is a Halloween costume minus the face paint that I come up with quite a few years ago. It's a character I come up with named Josiah Stone. He is basically what Theodore Sodcutter is in the Old West. He was a mortician, grave robber, kind of shyster dude, and he got caught and they hung him. And next day, he was not where they left him. And so legends were born. So I've actually got some pictures of me in this get up with the makeup on. It looks much better. I look like Otis Driftwood with a top hat.
You were Theodore Sodcutter before there was a Theodore Sodcutter. You should get royalties on that figure.
Yeah, they should. Mezco should send me some money for that.
I took all the low-hanging fruits with my guess because he didn't have the hairpiece on it, the hat earlier. I said Colonel Sanders, and then I thought he was the preacher from Poltergeist, but no, Sodcutter. Okay.
Both good guesses, though. Either one of those could work. Yeah, I knew I couldn't just show up backstage with all of it on. Well, let's get right into it. I'm gonna pull the slide back up here. So this is one thing that I kind of threw this together, and it took a little while to make this. So just kind of threw in a bunch of references to a bunch of movies that are most likely going to be coming up tonight. And I just thought it come out pretty decent. So I actually took that picture, the cemetery pictures that were in the intro. I actually took all those pictures last week. I stopped at 2 different old cemeteries. I was like, I need to get some stuff to make some cool thumbnails and stuff. So I just stopped and took a whole bunch of pictures at 2 cemeteries, and like in my work truck in my uniform. I'm lucky the cops didn't show up, but surely other people have done that.
Oh, you remember when I responded to that picture? If you throw it back up for a second, I realize now why I responded the way he did. Is Darren showed me the picture in a message. He's like, "This is the stream," and I come back. I'm like, "They're coming to get you, Barbara." because it reminded me of the graveyard in the 1990s remake of Return of the Living Dead, but also because this right here, what you just highlighted, I think that's what threw me off, man. I didn't
Yeah.
even see that till now.
Oh, you didn't even see it?
I didn't
They're
even
in
notice
there.
it there, and I must have subtly noticed it and just went, "It's this movie."
Yeah, he thought it was a still from the colorized version. So I guess that tells me that was a decent enough picture. So War Chest says kicking it on the couch, he had a kidney removed, so I'm stuck at home. Did you know they were removing it?
Mhm.
You didn't wake up in a tub full of ice.
Yeah. Couch, not tub, right? Like we're good.
Yeah. So for real though, I hope you wish you a speedy recovery, buddy. We need you around for your reels that you send us and to take some
They didn't.
lend some humor to everything.
They didn't use one of these to get it out, right?
I
It's
sure
like a
hope
Hostel movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, Lunchbox Killer 805 is here. What's going on, man? So that's kind of what's going on. That's kind of the rundown for the stream. So let's get into it first. Do you guys like this stuff?
Can't taste it. What is it? Oh, candy corn.
Yeah.
I learned to like it as an adult. I hated it as a kid.
I do about one bag of it a year.
I got a big old tub of it sitting here, and I'm gonna try not to chew too loud when I eat it. I love candy corn. Oh, what?
Pardon me adjusting the camera here. Sorry, guys.
Oh, you're good.
I didn't even think about.
We're good. We're used to watching streams with Matthew Matson. Hey, you can knock it off.
I almost did just a second ago. So I finally figured out how to turn it sideways. So congratulations.
Oh, looks fantastic. Crow, you got a big bucket of candy there left over from your
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know whatever I'll do with it. You know, I don't like to eat on camera, but
yeah, I don't
be off a lot.
I'll give you a pass as long as you don't smack too much. So
I don't like the plain ones. I like the harvest corn that's got like the chocolate end.
Yeah, I do too.
That's,
but this one,
that's the only kind I'll roll with.
Hold up. That one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the shit right there.
I like the pumpkins.
I do like the melon cream pumpkins too. Yeah.
Those are in here too. They came out with fall leaves this year that are like maple and a caramel apple. And
are they good? Did you try them?
Oh yeah, I've already gone through like 3 bags. They're good.
See an opportunity to put a bad Canadian cigarette. I felt like asking, wait a minute, that's candy corn? We just give out real corn kernels up here. Like
various. I knew we'd get some various opinions in there. I wanted to see what the chat thought about that because it's kind of a love it or hate it kind of thing with candy corn.
Candy corn is like the pineapple on pizza of Halloween.
That's a good way to put it. Yes, that is a great way to put it.
So
happy Halloween, Frank Dumont. You thanks for tuning in, man.
What's up, buddy?
You guys ever listen to that band Halloween?
Listen to what?
That band Halloween. They're like an 80s hair metal band, kind of a little. Check Halloween out if you've never heard Halloween. They actually have some good songs.
Okay, I'll have to add that to the queue. I don't think I've ever heard any of that before.
Yeah, they had, you know how like Iron Maiden has Eddie and so on, and Halloween had like this guy with a big jack-o'-lantern head.
I think I can picture it because like I used to work in a music store a long time ago for years, and I remember this name as a band as well. So I think I can picture what you're talking about. But 80s hair metal is a rabbit hole. Once you go down, there's about 1 billion Halloween type bands, right?
Oh yeah, there's a bunch.
Type
so yeah.
Eric,
yeah. There you go.
What?
Jay's got the shirt on. So candy, like I live in a pretty rural area, and I've never had a trick or treater here. I've lived here 20 years where I'm at, and actually almost 23. But I always buy candy and I always put it out, hoping somebody will stop. I flip the floodlight on. Nobody ever does. So what do? You buy the candy that you know you're gonna eat, right? Because you're the one gonna finish it. So I don't think buying like the what is it, the kitty mix that's got the fruit flavored Tootsie Rolls. Like that ain't gonna fly around here.
Mm.
We don't get trick or treaters where I live. I live in like a neighborhood. It's all apartments, all apartment buildings. So
Yeah.
like my apartment has an outside door, but most of them don't. So
Oh, okay.
we don't get trick or treaters around here.
Yeah.
I did live in apartments once, and I was surprised I didn't have more trick or treaters than I did in an apartment complex.
Yes. Yeah. I live in like row house condominiums, and it's just a single use street. And on either side, it's a mosque over there and a forest over there. So the kids get nothing if they cross the 4 lanes of traffic to our side of it. They get that U street, and that's it. So nobody came here. They all stayed on the other side of the road, right?
Yeah, so it's
They get
not
nothing except for maybe hit by a car.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say it's not even worth playing Frogger for, is it?
No. No, there is zero reward on my street.
Magic Mike, money for tots. Is that Daredevil Dave? Did he change his name?
Yes.
Again?
He's
Okay.
been rolling the dice with his names a lot.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. What's up, Dave? And
Dave.
Hop Blender with the cacao.
There's that hot chick you had on your stream last night.
Yeah. I told her twice. I already told her twice.
Yeah.
Wrapped her straight from with his pecker beak.
Did you ever pecker mouth with mashed potatoes?
Pecker mouth. That's what it was.
With mashed potatoes. Did you ever watch the show Arrested Development when it was on?
I did not.
No, okay, because
I'm aware of it.
Did caca, it was the perfect example of something that would happen on Arrested Development. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen clips from it, but I didn't watch it, and I didn't follow
really
it or
good.
anything. That's what everybody says.
Yeah.
Everybody says I would really like it.
It didn't have any appeal to me at all. I just got sick one week and I watched The Office for like the 14th time, right? So it was like, try something new, Community, things like that. But Arrested Development shocked me how much I laughed.
Yeah, I've heard it was really, really funny. It's just one of them things, like I still, even at my age, have this thing where if it's super popular and everybody's talking about it, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch that.
Yeah. So last night on your stream, when Pop was going caca, right? Will Arnett is on that show, and if you know who Will Arnett is from TV comedy, he cannot do a chicken impression to save his life, and that's his chicken impression, be like calling somebody a chicken. He's like, "You're just a big chicken," right? It sounded exactly like Pop.
Yeah, he does it. He does it well. I can do it pretty good if my voice doesn't crack in the process, because it's hard for me to go that high with my voice. So, but I mean, like I do it. Like if I'll be at my camper and you hear a bird, automatically I don't do the caw. I just go caw. All never fails. My buddy that goes camping with me just cracks it up and takes another sip of beer and shakes his head. So. Shark says, Shark Eyes, who wrote for Arrested Development, David the Sopranos Chase. I don't think I knew that.
No, I didn't know that. No.
Did not know that.
No.
Well, let's start talking some spooky stuff. What do you guys say? That's what everybody has tuned in to hear us talk about. So,
wait, we're going to talk about spooky stuff? Oh, yes. It might be too scary for me. Too scary.
It might get too scary. So, I will start with. I'm actually going to move you guys around because I should be down on the bottom. So, I'm going to start with you, Jay Astro, up there in the top, since you're in the top now. Do you believe in ghosts?
I do not.
You do not believe in ghosts?
I do not, and I don't want to get into a whole long spiel about it, but for two reasons. I've never seen a ghost or had anything that I couldn't explain happen to me. And two, I was dead for like 2 minutes in June and nothing happened. Right. It was like being asleep. So
yeah.
I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin the spirit of the thing, but yeah, no, I got to be honest with you guys. No.
Okay. Fair enough.
I could be wrong. Maybe, it could be I just wasn't dead enough. But
This is usually the part where the picture behind him falls off the wall, right?
Yeah, right.
Ah, God,
It's just the light over there over his right shoulder explodes.
the lights
one thing
flicker.
like that did happen to me once, and I don't want to get too far ahead of anybody, but I was watching. Have you ever seen the movie Session 9?
I think I have.
I don't know. You sent me that earlier. I don't think I've ever seen it, and I know I own it.
Yeah, I think I've
It's
seen that.
excellent.
Is that another alternate cam perspective movie, but like asylum stuff, or I'm trying to remember it because I've seen the
There's a little bit of funky camera stuff, but I mean it's a straight up movie. I mean it's not like a found footage thing or anything. But
Okay, maybe I'm
anyway,
confusing it. Yeah.
and I don't want to jump ahead too far into the discussion, but it is one of my favorite movies. And there's a scene in there where a kid's running down a hallway and he's terrified of the dark, and all these lights are going off behind him as he's running. And I was watching that. I had a roommate at the time, and I was in my room watching the movie by myself. And all of a sudden, he did something that caused our breakers to flip. So during that scene, all the lights went out as I'm watching that movie. And now there is an explanation. It was that he was messing with the breaker box, but he didn't know that I was, he wasn't doing it to mess with me. He was just doing it for some other reason. And yeah, my lights all went doop, and I was like, holy shit, in the middle of the movie. I'm like, now that is like a theater experience right there.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy for a hell of a coincidence for the timing, all right?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Crow, same question. Do you believe in ghosts?
I'm never sure what I believe in it when it comes to that undefinable stuff. Like I've never hid the fact I'm an atheist that was raised a Catholic, and you start asking questions about where energy goes or how a brain functions, and science makes me really doubt an afterlife, but curiosity just also reminds me I'm a vain species who thinks I know everything, and there's shit I can't explain, so stop trying to define it. So I'm open to the idea of ghosts. I certainly am. I just don't know how that would work.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's the unexplained, right? So, never had anything you can think of that happened, and couldn't, like, just weird, and you couldn't put your finger on what it was or anything.
Yeah, I had a couple moments like that. There was so without sounding woeful or anything, when I was a teenager, a friend of mine had died on he had been hit by a train on a bridge in our hometown. They were fishing during the day, and they'd walked that bridge a billion times in their life. It was like Stand By Me, basically.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, exactly like Stand By Me, but with a fatal outcome, and that was my friend Phil. And a couple of years later, my girlfriend and her friends had a bush party in that same location near that.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to bring them down. And I went there and I drank, and I felt really sad, like you do when you're a teenager going through that stuff. But I got this overwhelming vibe that was telling me, get off this train track right now, because I was walking along it. And as soon as I was off it and up the hill, this train whipped by, because that's how my friend bought it, right? The horns weren't going around this corner. So, and I always kind of accredited that. I was like, okay, was that my instinct, or was that something? You know what I mean? Was that something in your head, or is that alcohol? Probably alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been both, So, well, I do, but I don't think everybody can catch the vibe or whatever. Like, it's like you said, it's hard to actually nail down what, you can't nail down a definition for it. So,
but Jay did a great job. He died to get his.
Yeah, like he has a first person perspective on it.
Yeah.
Technically, it was only cardiac death. I wasn't brain dead. So maybe your brain has to go before you get to see all the cool shit. But otherwise, it was just like, here you are, and now you're not, and that was that.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I wonder, because like you said, it was cardiac. Brain was still firing and going. So, without getting too heavy or whatever, because I don't want to do that. I don't want to go too serious. Um, I think it's kind of like what Crow said. Like it's an energy and it's got to go somewhere. Whatever it is, wherever it goes, whatever it goes through. I think it is some kind of an energy, and I think some people are better tuned into that energy than others are. And I am honestly not very tuned into it myself, but I've had a couple of experiences that have made me believe in it. And I don't know, like I said, what made it arrive at where it was, but I've had one visual thing and several auditory things. Um, so near my house, and this is something I'm going to ask you guys, but I'll go ahead and kind of tell the story. You guys probably, everybody listening, probably has the same tale near them, or you've heard it before. It's the old the train track tale, right? Like there's a guy, an old train track, and there's somebody out of whatever reason, a brakeman or a conductor or whatever, somebody working on the track. You know, they slip, whatever. The train starts rolling, decapitates them. All right, you guys heard that story before? Never heard that one.
No.
It's okay. Well,
Same
there's
old
several.
story.
Yeah, same old story. Everybody's heard. Nobody's heard it. I could have told it much better. I could have done a much better job telling
You
that.
guys know when the train decapitates your buddy.
You know, the,
Yeah,
the
you
train
know
guy,
the
the
train
train thing.
thing,
You don't have
the
that?
dude with the head. So, so the story goes, whatever. What's up to Conway Sos has joined us. So I say hi to him. Thank you for tuning in, my man. So the story, that's the story. Whatever caused this person to be on the train track, train starts moving, decapitates them. And on the train tracks, there is a light. It's a ghost light. I know you guys have heard of ghost lights. It's a ghost light. And this is the ghost light that is attached to War Chest. Getting out of here, man. Get some rest, buddy. Holler if we can do anything for you. Hope you recover well. So it's a ghost light, and I've seen versions of this in a couple of other places, but one of the more famous ones is actually right down the road from me. It's in a town called Chapel Hill. You could probably type it into Google, type in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and probably the first thing that will pull up is the ghost lights at Chapel Hill. It's pretty well known for this tale that is also in other parts of the country and probably the world. I've seen it twice. And a lot of these lights can be explained. First thing is headlights, right? Or a train way down the track that's sitting still. But the thing is, they move. They wave back and forth because the legend is the guy has a lantern and he is looking for his head. So that's what the light is. Dude's looking for his ghost head. So I saw it when I was a kid with Pop Blender. I don't know if he remembers it or not. We were pretty young. My dad had taken us somewhere and we had to go through that town, and we come back and we stopped. It was like midnight and we went to a tractor pull, and we got out. My dad took us and humored us, and he got out and made us, stand beside the tracks and whatever. And way off in the distance, saw the thing. And we were kids, could have been whatever. But the old tale was, if you step on the track, the light turns red. And if you're just on the track or near it, it's white, but it always moves. And if it turns red, it goes faster. Supposedly it comes for you. It turned red when we step on the track, when I stepped on it. So you think it's a train crossing, right? So maybe something come on. It come on right when you stepped on the track, like way off in the distance. Nah. So my dad doesn't believe in any of this stuff. So we were kind of freaked out and excited. We left. I went back. Like I said, it's right down the road, and I guarantee the law is setting on every side road in that town because everybody goes up there at Halloween and does this. And it can be dangerous. It is an active track. I went back with some friends right out of high school, and we went up there, and same thing. Two of us saw it, stepped on the track, turned red. It never came for us or anything like that. But so that's the tale, and it is it's an oft-told tale, but I've actually seen that. So I was wondering if there's anything like that's ever happened to you guys or happened to the chat. And
I've got one thing that I'll interject when we're done here, but I don't know if it's really a ghost story. It might have just been some weirdo. But it was about 5 years ago at Christmas time, and my mom and my dad are divorced, so I usually go to see my dad for Christmas a little bit before Christmas time, or then go do my mom's thing. So at Christmas on Christmas weekend. But my dad lives up in a place called Dunkerton, but it's near Independence, Iowa. And Independence, Iowa is not really known for much, but they do have a mental hospital in Independence. And they even have signs right on the interstate there: "Do not pick up hitchhikers," and all that, because
it's like Halloween.
We have those in my hometown.
Dude, so and it's weird to go to a town that has that, because you're like, oh geez, But there's a big stretch of country road that's about probably 15 miles between Independence and where I would get off on the interstate to go back to my hometown, or where I live now. So there's nothing out there. It's just all farms. Maybe every mile or two there's a farmhouse, and then it's just fields. That's it. And it was cold. It was probably 30, 40 degrees in that range. And I was driving on that street, on that highway, I guess it's technically what you would call. And up ahead in my headlights, I saw like something that looked like a person sitting on a bucket. And sure enough, as I got closer, that's what it was. It was a guy sitting on the side of the road on a bucket, just looking out into the field, like pitch black. There's not street sign or street lights. There's nothing. It's just black highway and fields at night, at 10 o'clock at night. And I'm driving, and I'm like, that's a fucking guy sitting there in a bucket. And as I drove past, I'm like, do I go and do I need to check on this guy? I'm like, fuck no, you don't need to check this on this guy. I'm like, that's how horror movies start right there,
That's right.
And mind your own business. He's sitting there. Maybe he's taking his shit. Who knows? But
it's a camping bucket.
Yeah, because maybe I was probably about 3 miles away from the junction of the two highways where there's a big truck stop and everything. He wasn't that far away from that. So, but still, there was nothing. There was no reason for somebody to be sitting out there on a bucket.
Yeah.
And he would have been probably just about 15 miles from the mental hospital. He would have been quite a ways from it. It's not like he just walked out of there or something. He would have had to gone quite a distance, but it was creepy because it was a weird thing to see in your headlights in the middle of winter. It was just a guy sitting with a jacket and a stocking hat, just sitting on a bucket. I couldn't really see a face or anything, but it was clearly a person.
I felt bad for him just now because I think you nailed it. He's taking his shit, and there he is in a field going, no one's ever going to see me here.
All of a sudden, the headlights go over the hill. He's trying to finish. Oh, God, I'm going to get...
Like, hurry. And it's cold. Winters are really cold where you're at.
Yeah, it's 30 or 40 degrees. They're getting warmer, but it was still cold. It wasn't sitting in a bucket looking out into the field weather. It was cold as hell. And to this day, I still wonder. I'm like, was that real? I'm like, it was real. I just don't have an explanation for it. But it wasn't a ghost thing. It was just some creep out in the middle of the night.
It definitely reminded me of a movie. I wish I had thought of it when Darren was asking about talking to me earlier about the stream, and he asked me if I'd seen such movies. But one I never even thought about, Dale and Tucker versus Evil on Netflix. Yeah. That's what it reminds me of. It's how to misconstrue a situation to the worst extreme, right? Take a shit in a bucket and watch somebody react to that.
Yeah, you just sit down trying to get out of the way, and you're just sitting there, and somebody comes along and thinks you're a ghost sitting on the side of the road waiting to get them or something. So that would be pretty freaky just to finally to see that and just drive down the road and like, oh shit, what is that? I'm like you, there ain't no way I'd have stopped.
No. No,
Ain't
you're
no,
right not to.
If they
ain't
wanted
no,
something, they would have tried to flag me down. You know what I
yeah,
mean? They were obviously doing their thing, whatever it was. And it's like every time I drive on that highway, a couple times a
Yeah.
year I go up there, and every time I drive on that highway, I think of that. And I'm like, this is right about where it was, you know. And
They
it's
were
my big
sitting
story.
down, man. They were
how
sitting
could you
down. They were
not?
clearly going to be more relaxed in that situation than you were.
Oh yeah. How could you not think about that every time you drove by? So I'll pull up some chat here. Menjoza, my mom and aunt swear the weeping woman was outside the window crying till it continued walking down the street. Shark Eyes, I've heard the one about the girl in the car whose boyfriend went for gas and gets murdered by an escaped mental patient. I think asylum patient. I think most of us have heard that one, but it probably did happen somewhere.
So these are
um,
the urban legends, right? Like
yeah,
these are synonymous with Halloween.
yeah. So Conwayso says it's wild to finally put a face to Jay Astro.
That's what I said.
Here he is.
And he also says if you would have stopped, he'd yell back, need shit paper.
Yeah.
You okay, buddy? Oh,
And
I
there was
can't
no
quite.
there was no car. It wasn't like it was a broken down thing. There was nothing, you know, because that's what I was looking for. I was like, is there a car parked like up here? But no, nothing. Just sitting there on a bucket, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
just sitting on him.
flip over to that guy's head sitting on his bucket. Doesn't know he got that. He's like, sees you and be like, I don't even know if I can explain this. Please don't stop. Please don't stop.
Yeah.
That guy's telling the same story to somebody years later. He's like, I was sitting there taking a shit, and some guy just drove up right through my bathroom.
Yeah, didn't even bother to stop, man.
It was a ghost car.
The ghost car of Highway 46 only comes out when you shit on the side of the road.
If you shit, it turns red.
That's the irony right here. That's a twist ending. I say I don't believe in ghosts. I am the ghost.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh,
You were
what's
supposed
up?
to say that to the end, Jay.
Yeah, that was the closer.
Twilight Zone right there.
What's up to Todd C? How you doing, man? Happy Halloween to you as well. Sound of banjos in the distance. So I'll tell you another one real quick.
Sure.
I have a couple, and most of mine are auditory because I'm not, like I said, I don't think I'm tuned in enough. But when my mom was alive, she rented a house, and it was an old house built in I think it was built in the early 50s, or sometime right after World War II. And it had this really creepy basement in it. With like it's dimly lit, it has a sump pump in it, but the creepiest thing about it was it had an elevator in it, and it was like one of them old ass like horror movie elevators where you get in it and you pull the little iron curtain. No, you pull the little iron
the metal. Yeah. Okay.
And you press the button and you hear it like slowly come to life and the chains start moving and you're just sitting there going down watching the floor because you're waiting on somebody to be right there.
Yeah, and it doesn't have its own light, right? It's always dependent on the next floor's lighting.
Did not have a light.
Yeah.
And it was just obviously just about big enough for a wheelchair and a basket of laundry. Because washer and dryer was down there. So this house, like nothing that I heard ever really happened in it. It was actually her next door neighbor. It was her mother's house, and that's who my mom rented it from, was them. And like they never told mom if there was anything weird or creepy in it, but it was just one of them places that had a weird vibe. I never felt comfortable in that house at all. And one day, this has nothing to do with the elevator, I just needed to tell you about it. I was sitting at the kitchen table with my mom, and we're sitting there talking, and all of a sudden there's this banging out of nowhere. And it's just like, and it was in the house. Pipes are not, it's not like Goonies where the pipes are, moving around. And we're sitting there and I'm looking at my mom, and my mom had shit happen to her all the time. And which actually comes full circle later. And I was like, "Did you hear that?" She said, yeah. She's like, the neighbor's outside. I said, that was in the house. I was like, let's see if it happens again. And no sooner than I said it, same thing, but it was a different cadence. It was the same knock, same pitch, same volume. It's just a little different. Right as soon as I said, let's see if it happens again, it happened again. I'm sitting there looking at her and she's looking at me. I said, all right. I said, if there's something in the house, do it again. Right now. Prove it. As soon as I said it, bang, 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 bang. Again. Nothing else going on. I got up and looked out. Yeah, like that. I got up and looked out the window. The neighbor had been outside, wasn't outside anymore. Like it came from within the house, and it wasn't like you couldn't tell where. You just knew, you felt it in the walls. And she heard that a couple more times when I wasn't there. She didn't say like it kept her up at night or, whatever. It just like it was whatever it was talking back while we were talking about it. It was talking back. And I will never not believe that that's what that was. What's up, Will R? How you doing, man?
Yeah,
I don't know who was there.
12 in the chat, guys. Don't forget to hit that like button, please.
Yeah.
Hey, so I wasn't going to tell this story because it's not really a ghost story. It's a dirty trick that I pulled on a group of people.
I thought you were going to say it was a dirty story. I was like, oh, all right.
No, that's for Valentine's Day stream. No, so it occurs to me, I wasn't the most mature kid. I'm not even the most mature adult right now. Back in the day, after that same friend had passed, about a year later, we were having a Halloween get together at my place. And a Halloween get together was me and my best buddy and whatever two girls we could muckle on to date at the time, right? It's that high school age. So we were drinking and smoking weed, and the girls got the idea of playing Ouija. And I remember we had a couple other friends there. So there was like probably 5 of us, maybe 6. Get the idea of playing Ouija. No one's got a Ouija board. We convinced the girls the spirits don't mind if you make your Ouija board from scratch, right? So we draw up our interpretation of a Ouija board. You have to have yes, you have to have no, you have to have an alphabet, and God knows what else, but you need something to push along the table. That is all we knew, right? So I think we were using a mixtape cassette case as the fucking arrow to point to numbers, right? And I didn't tell anybody, but it was my living room, and I had set up. We had this wall unit that had the TV and everything, and it had these glass doors, which could never stay fully shut because they had those stupid magnets.
Oh, I hate them things.
Yeah, right. So I had a bunch of CDs and a couple of cassette tapes sitting on the top of that shelf. And just before we sat down on the Ouija board, I balanced them on the edge of that piece of glass on top of the case. And so, long story short, we're buckling on, we're asking questions, and I've convinced them that a spirit has been contacted, right? And just, one of them asked for a sign, and don't I nudge that glass, and don't those things fall to the ground, and don't those girls fucking run out of my house. And I'm trying to explain to them it's a joke, and the whole thing backfired, man. Me and my buddy spent the rest of Halloween by ourselves, like staring at each other going, we blew it. We fucking blew it.
This did not go how it goes in the movies.
No.
I never find women that gullible.
Yeah.
I don't find them anymore anyway. So them are sure not things to play with. And I mentioned like my mom. Some of this is gonna come back to my mom. Like she always let me watch horror movies. I could watch just about everything I want. That was one thing I was never allowed to do or have was a Ouija board. Pop Blender actually got one for Christmas or birthday or something, and she would not let him bring it over. He brought it over, and she found out about it, that he brought it, and I think she took it and she put it in the closet and locked the closet until he went home for that visit overnight. We were not allowed to touch that Ouija board, and that was a Hasbro board.
Oh, Hasbro. Yeah. I was curious.
They're still haunting me.
So did
Pulse
she
has been
see
fucking up your life since you were a kid.
That's where it
you
started.
said your mom was more attuned to this stuff than you. Did she see Brandon carrying the board, or did she sense the presence of the board in the house?
Oh, she saw the board. So
Okay.
yeah,
You guys should have used that ask the board if you're going to get grounded.
right. Is Pop Blender going to be allowed to come back over next weekend?
Yeah.
Fuck no.
I know you're pushing it. Stop.
Right. So I kind of think like stuff like that. I think it is an energy, however it manifests, whatever it is. I don't know. I don't claim to have answers like that. I just know that I think there's something else out there, and not discounting Jay Astro's experience. I just think that maybe that's when that energy gets released, is when the brain is, no longer functioning, and whatever happens, and maybe it doesn't happen to everybody. Like it can't, right? Or it'd be really crowded with fucking ghosts if it happened to everybody. But so one thing, I bring it back to my mom, and my mom being attuned and all of that, the way I perceive it. My ex, and I got a couple pictures of her in a Halloween costume that I'm gonna show.
Valentine's Day special again.
Yeah, no, not with this one. Run through some costumes and different shit that I've done. She was probably the most attuned. Yes, was not your time. She was probably the most attuned person to the energy that I probably ever met, heard of, met, whatever. Like she's all about the vibrations and asking the universe and all of that kind of stuff. Very spiritual, and she taught me a lot of it because I wasn't really open to a lot of it, but I never really was able to receive it or understand it the way that she does. So her and my mom got along great, and she and I were dating when my mom died. And like they always, like they had fun, they talk, didn't like talk on the phone and shit, but whenever they were together, they got along really well. And after mom died, like all of this weird shit kept happening, but it only happened to her. Like it didn't happen to me, it only happened to her. And I was party to one of these instances. But so my mom's car, like we got a car and we co-owned a car, and I had the car after mom passed away. Well, she actually needed a car. Her car died about the same time as my mom. So she was driving mom's car. The radio in the car always messed up, and it would change stations. And there was one time it changed to a song that they both like literally talked about, and I don't know if they sung it or whatever, but it was like a song they both really liked. I don't remember what it was. And the volume would go up and down, it would cut off, just anytime I drove the car or was in the car. I thought she was crazy because nothing ever like happened to me, nothing like that. It was always her. And it wasn't just the car. We were watching TV one day, and we had just finished talking about it. Like maybe an hour ago, 30 minutes ago, about joking about it, because anytime something would happen, she got to where she'd just say, "Hi, Sherry." My mom's name was Sherry. And she just, "Hi, Sherry." We were watching TV, and I had a home theater set up. I had a receiver, pretty nice setup. Never had any trouble out of it, anything like that. We're watching TV one day. I don't remember what we were watching, but whatever it was a show that my mom had watched as well. And we were watching it cutting up, and we'd mentioned something about it. Wasn't a couple minutes later, we're just sitting there watching, and the volume just starts going all the way up, just like it did in the car for her. Never did that.
No, man. No. See, this is what pisses me off about horror movies. Okay? Because you sit there, you watch a horror movie, and you see the people fall into the same pattern. Hey, I heard a noise. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the basement and check that out. You guys stay up here, like we see that. Here you are, you've got a TV that's flipping channels and raising volume. You know damn well you follow the poltergeist rule and you shove that shit out on the balcony. If your car is changing radio stations and playing ironic songs and playing them louder, you either crash the car or sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you're just as bad as any horror movie, man.
Oh, yeah, I guess I am because that receiver was not cheap and I never heard it in the car. So I was the typical like, oh, you're going crazy. There's nothing going on. It's not happening.
You're the last character to die before the hero escapes the ghost.
Could be. I'm the last. I'm not the final girl.
No, so. The skeptical friend.
Final girl.
No final girl for me. Probably so. Could be the case. Check the batteries in the remote. Wasn't using the remote. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I've never had the volume go up when you're not holding the remote if the batteries were going bad. So that was kind of just some stuff that I've had happen to me that I do believe for whatever reason why it happened. So I am a believer in it. I don't pretend to be an expert or know how to explain it. So I was just wondering what you guys' take on it was and where y'all were at with it. That's kind of it. So let's talk about some. Go ahead.
I want to, before I realized I was poking fun at everything. And it's just, that's how I process the stuff that you're talking about. I know it genuinely feels absolutely real. I mean, we've been talking about that, but I mean, it's such an uncomfortable subject to talk about the unknown. All I can do is joke about it. Right. Like, just, what else can you do if you can't explain it?
Yeah, and the three of us, like, that's how we're going to handle most anything anyway, is going to joke about it. So, and crack up and poke fun at just about anything. So
I'm going to disappear for a second, go hit the bathroom, grab a coffee. I'll be back because it's a late one tonight.
Yep, go right ahead. I imagine at some point we will all be doing that.
Like a ghost, he's gone.
Hey, poof, like a ghost. He's going to shit on the side of the road. Oh man. So what kind of Halloween costumes have you been into? Like, have you done any fancy, like, big Halloween costumes before? Like, as an adult, like dressing up and go to parties, do parties or anything?
I'm not really much of a dress up guy. When I was in college, I went as Gold Dust one year. Like, I had the mask and I went to a thrift store and found a big dress that my girlfriend at the time was able to gussy up for me and put big feathers on and stuff. And so I kind of had the dress and I did that, but it was just a mask. It wasn't that elaborate, because they had all the WWE guy masks at the time. And we went out, to bars and stuff that week. And I got some compliments, nice dress, that sort of thing. But that was probably the last time I really dressed up. I'm not really much of I'm a toy guy and a movie guy, but I'm not a dress up guy.
So I was just wondering, because that's always been one of my favorite parts about it. I've always really liked the dressing up, and you don't get to do it. I mean, I hope you're not really doing it that many times a year, unless you're, an actor or something. But
well, it's Halloween. It's okay. Otherwise, it's cosplay.
Yeah, that's right. And cosplay is a whole lot more widely accepted these days than it used to be. So,
right. One of the girls that works in my office did like not even real elaborate, but she's just got a lot of skills. And she did like her whole face was like a pumpkin, kind of a jack-o'-lantern. But it wasn't just like matte flat orange, like she blended it. So like she had flesh tones, blood orange, and the whole mouth. She looked really cool, but she was like one of like maybe 3 people in an office and warehouse full of, 400 people that dressed up. So she was probably like, I did all this for nothing.
Yeah. And that was a lot of times, that's how I would wind up feeling when I would do it. But I've had like this, I worked today. This is the first Halloween I've worked in over a decade. Like, I usually take it off, but the way my vacation time that I scheduled and what I had left and took time when I went to Joe Fest, I didn't have the extra days to take Halloween and being on a Thursday, I'd want to take tomorrow. So I just took tomorrow. But I mean, I had an easy day. But point is, like, I can't really dress up, and it sucks because what I do, I got to wear a uniform, and there's only so much I can do with it. So I missed that part of it today when I went to work. I'm like, one, it feels weird working on Halloween, but two, like, I can't really dress up. Like, I wore an orange undershirt and I got some Halloween beads. Well, I had them on last night, I think, or earlier. I wore those outside my uniform shirt, but I've always really dug dressing up and done some not super elaborate costumes, but I've done some work. I'm not very good at makeup, like you were talking about. The lady you work with, that's how my ex that I was talking about was. She's really good with the makeup, and I have a few pictures. She told me that I could show some. So just the kind of stuff that we would do and enjoy. Shark, got a dash. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Don't forget to look behind you every now and then. Yeah, y'all let me know if anything behind me moves. So thanks for tuning in, buddy. Hope you catch the replay. We're going to talk about some movies here in a few. Thanks for stopping by. But like, she would always go real elaborate with the makeup, and her daughter is makeup, like, big into makeup. She's done makeup on some horror movie projects and things, and really, really, really good at it. I actually hope she makes a career out of it one day. But so she's helped do a lot of her makeup. Let's see what Turk says. Costume contest. One is a flasher in a trench coat, made a big fake dog out of some pantyhose. He got beat by a gal in a French maid costume. Most of the time, the gal in the French maid costume is going to win.
Duh.
I can't. I can't.
No offense, Turk, but no offense to Turk and his dong, but I would have taken the French maid too.
I think I would have cast my vote for French maid. So I'll show a few minutes. I'll show a picture of this costume with the makeup on, and I got a picture of me and Pop Blender when I did this costume when I had the makeup on. Knew what?
As a French maid?
He was the French maid.
That's what.
But I went to a Halloween party, costume contest, whatever, at the bar that he was doing karaoke at, and had a big contest. I did this whole get up, spent like hour and a half with the makeup, drove my fucking hearse to it in this, and got beat by a dude and a chick that went as like caveman and cave woman, and won because their Party City costume, she was showing about 12 inches of thigh, So I was like, I kind of feel defeated. And Pop was like, you should have won that shit. I'm like, looking around, like, not that I did great, but yeah, I think I really should have. I mean, I went the whole 9 yards. So.
Next time you have to have a blow up doll that you're trying to bury in your hearse or something. Some sexy.
Yes, that would be great. I did not ever get one. All right, sorry, had to look at a text there. I don't like doing that, but so I'm just gonna go through share some pictures here.
Pop,
go ahead.
When we get to our pictures later, I got a reference for you to top that, buddy.
Let's see. Wrong picture. Not that picture.
I like Menjoza's booty is always a plus.
Booty is always a plus. So here in Nashville, we have a big horror and tattoo convention that I used to go to. Used to go to it every year. I was hung out at one of the tattoo shops that was a sponsor for it. And this was me and a dude named Circus Envy. So
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so he kind of went all out on the makeup. So the same con. This was me and this random dude that had this awesome zombie costume, and I think they threw this dude out because he was so loud and just like boisterous and kept interfering in everything.
Like
He wasn't,
obnoxious.
yes, obnoxious, and like there's no telling how long it took him to do the makeup and everything for it. And he was really funny, but he was kind of into everything, and just like he didn't really bother the tattoo part, but like all of the guests and stuff, like the celebrity guests and shit, like he really was pestering people, like trying to get pictures with them when they weren't interested in pictures.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna blow through some of the costumes I've done. So that was my Mad Doctor costume that I did. And this is why I asked
that one reminds me of like when actors do headshots and they put them in all kinds of different costumes and stuff like that. That's like your headshot.
And here's me as a doctor. Yeah.
Yeah. After I did this picture, I'm like, that really looks kind of strange with it being all white with the background. It's just my basement door. So
I think it helped. I think it worked. It worked.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Doctor has more story to tell. Okay, so he's got a syringe in one hand. He's been splattered to death with blood. Why is there a noose around his neck? He's a doctor. He's making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. How bad is his story, Darren?
He wasn't making anything. He was also come back from the dead, so that's why it was there.
Okay.
But that's actually a real syringe with the cap on it that I just happen to have lying around.
No, I think the white background made the whole picture pop, though. I think that looks good.
Yeah, white on white with red.
Yeah, it didn't even occur to me. Like Jimmy James from News Radio. That was my year. The only year I've ever rented a costume when is Jack the Ripper. And this was over at my dad's. So that's one thing I used to do was I'd go to my dad's and take a bunch of props and set up and give out candy because I was never able to do that when I was a kid. I never lived anywhere where we gave out candy. So, and then there's another one with some of the stuff set up. That Halloween, I think this was in 2017. It was like 73 degrees that Halloween, and I had a shirt, a long sleeve shirt, an undershirt under that, this vest, and a wool top coat and a top hat. I almost died.
I can actually see it written all over your face. That's probably something I was noticing in the other pic. I was like, he looks really content. No, it's not content. He looks, and now you nailed it. He looks hot.
I was hot, man. I had I like splattered fake blood on me, and it melted. Like I was sweating, and I looked like a candle, and it just run off. So this crow like that one, that was my year I made Lucille. And I didn't go as neat.
A couple days ago here, it was like 82 degrees. And then like today is when it was like the first, like last night to today was the first day it feels like actual fall. It's like got into the mid 40s is all today, or like the high 40s. But yeah, it was like 82 here like 2 days ago.
Yeah, it's been in the high 70s, low 80s here. And I think today, like it's rained here one time in a month. It rained today, and it started right at trick or treat time. And last time I took Pretzel out, it was still raining. So there's nothing worse than rain on Halloween, either trying to trick or treat or trying to take people trick or treating. But it's supposed to cool off, but that doesn't really help today. So that was I made Lucille because the year that Negan debuted and beat Glenn to death, I went as this dude. And there on my board, I had a crispy fried clown and Negan nuggets.
Negan nuggets.
So that was the whole reason I made Lucille, because his bat was a trophy. So Mendoza went as a ninja one year and passed out on the dance floor. Ninja.
Give it your all. Go ninja, go ninja, go.
Yeah, go ninja. So there's my creepy clown. That's what I had my skeleton dressed behind me last night. I had that.
Yeah. Oh, I like the teeth work.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it. It come out looking better than on the picture than it looked in person, but
No,
I had to do the pick and the clown throw there. Then let's see what else. So this was me the year I went as the clown, and this was my ex, and that year, and I forgot what I don't remember. I think she went as like a zombie flapper girl. I'm trying to remember what that was. So this was the year that I was talking about. Crimson Cobra Commander. I appreciate it, man. Have a happy rest of the Halloween and check it out. Thank you for coming in. That was the year I was talking about. I went up to Pop's bar, and that was me and him. And then that was me dancing with his girlfriend. Let's see. So let's see. There he went as like a 50s greaser guy, and she was like like his old lady. I used to decorate everything. Like this was my Goldwing that I had, and when I had my Honda Goldwing, like, hey, I got bats and rats and snakes. I had severed fingers back on the hard bags hanging off of it, bloody fingerprint. So this is the one though. These back in the day, this was what I wish I'd have never gotten rid of.
Oh wow, that's beautiful. Yeah. What is that, velvet? That's beautiful.
That actually, yeah, that actually was velvet. So when I got the plate on it, that was my plate.
I love the plate, man. Toe tags.
Yeah. So, but I had a lot of fun with that thing. I wish I'd have never sold it, and I
did you ever get lucky in that hearse? Be honest.
Yeah.
Honest, no, I did not. But it was not because I didn't have offers, just didn't have opportunity.
I was going to say, it's not that he didn't have sex. It's just that he wasn't lucky about it at all.
Yeah, no, never happened. So I had the corpse back there, and under here, Pop Blender talked about this one night. So I had this zebra stripes. I did have an air mattress back there. It was a blow up twin air mattress that I kept in the back.
That's an uncomfortable angle.
Yeah, it really is. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
This is my dad. He was taking it to get brakes put on it.
Okay. Now I know what your dad looks like.
Yep. I said, I told you, man, we all look the same. And just another shot of it from the front. Got my funeral flags on it. This thing was a lot of fun to ride around in. And my coffin back there. And then I think I got one when I had it for set up for Halloween over at my dad's. I had lights in the back of it, and I put a fog machine in it, and had a good setup that year, man. I got a lot of people take pictures in front of it. But I missed that car. I named it Lizzie. As in Lizzie Borden.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
That was my hearse's name. So this next one is not me. This is one that I was sent. So I got a picture of this guy in here.
So this is me in college, and I didn't even realize I had this till a friend sent this to me a while back, and it was long after I started my title as Crusty Old Crow. And I didn't realize it, but I totally forgotten. I had dressed up like the Crow. And this was when Brandon Lee did the Crow and then died. Right. So, but this is the thing I didn't. So the girl on the right is just a good friend of mine. There was never anything there. But like I've known her my whole life. But when I said, Pop, I got you on, he was talking about the French maid. My date for the night would stand out as probably one of the biggest man conquests. I totally had it with a nun that night.
Oh man.
And if you've never been with a nun on Halloween, Oh, I'm sorry.
I have not, but it's it's funny.
Twas divine.
Funny that you say that, but
Yeah.
Souls
and
were
we'll,
saved that night, huh? Souls were
It was.
saved.
yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of screaming for Jesus going on that night.
Yeah, we talked about Mary Magdalene for quite a while. You know what I'm saying?
Oh Lord, I apologize. Me with the pygmies down there in Guinea. So I got a couple more of me and my ex in costume there. So that was us, and I think that was a different
Oh, okay.
time
Now I
that
see the
year.
zombie girl aspect that
Yeah,
you're
so
talking about.
she
Yeah.
went as a kind of one of his victims. Yes, looked just like the crow. You made a good crow. You did, yeah, hair and everything, man, was just right. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Better
that was
days.
yeah, right. It was a little darker then, huh?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, cameras
uh,
were shit.
yeah, that's the thing. I was looking at these pictures, and I'm like, well, I can tell how old most of these were because the pictures are fucking horrible. Oh, then we did this year. Obviously, I was a scarecrow, and she went as Medusa. Oh, that burlap shed everywhere.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
bet it itched
god.
like hell too, eh?
Oh man, I had like inflammation when I when I took it off, but I was dead set on making an actual crow mask out of burlap, and I actually did all the sewing and shit on that. So
Yeah, it's
I was I was kind of proud of that, even though it kind of didn't come out exactly like I had hoped. There's another one of us, and she's bearing her fangs. So last one I've got that I'm going to show is not um, a picture of she and I doing Halloween stuff. This was a picture she sent me this week. She went to a Halloween party, and his costume was so awesome. And I asked her if I could show it tonight because she was uh, going out tonight with some of her friends. I said, "Can I show that on the stream?" Because she knew I was doing this horror stream, and she's like, "Sure." So this was her costume this year.
Oh dear.
Crow's talking about nuns.
She's a Ouija board and a nun.
Right? It's all of it.
I cannot meet your ex.
Oh, and
Wow, really well done. Holy lettering.
and I didn't ask her if I'm sure her daughter probably helped her with it. I'm not sure, but I was like, that is a fantastic costume.
What does it say on there? I can't see it very well. I'm just in my
It's a Ouija board.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah.
Okay,
And then
so above it says, "Do you want to play?" I thought those were stitches. I thought she had been decapitated and had her head sewn back on.
I did too when I first saw it, and then I was looking at I was like, the letters are really straight, and I was like, oh wait, that actually says something. So I asked her if I could show it, and she said yeah. So I thought she did a really good job on that.
So can I add something here? Hi, Pop. You'll
I was having a hard time reading the Ouija board for some reason.
Well, if you're a Ouija board and a nun expert, like the old crow appears to be, I'm going to tell you right away that lady's got she's got a dark side, man, because there's two words missing, yes and no, and I can only think of where she hid them.
I'll have to ask her that. So this
Well, I
is
guess it's not born for me tonight.
yeah, right. So this is who I was talking about is very in tune with everything. Obviously, so Pop Blender knows her. So we're still really good friends. So she let me show her Halloween costume this year. So that's all of those. That's all of those slides I got. So welcome, Pop Blender.
Hey,
what's going on, Buzz?
Nothing. I want to share something. Your mom and my mom and your dad for Halloween. I found this picture a while back, and so I thought I would share that one. Your mom on the left and your dad in the middle, and my mom as a gypsy, I assume, on the right.
Yeah, looks like gypsy women. Yeah.
That's
see you,
probably
Gypsy.
1983.
Yeah, somewhere along in there, and
83.
that's probably the only year my dad ever dressed up for Halloween in his life.
Oh, there. And speaking of which, loves
Yep.
mules.
So she said, remember when you sent me a picture of your house being built and I saw an old lady in the mirror, but there was no old lady with you. So when this house was being built, I had a shitload of pictures of it under construction that I just took throughout the house being built. And I, like she said, I sent her several, and I didn't even notice it, but in the master bathroom, in my bathroom, in the mirror, there is a reflection of an old, haggard looking woman. And I did not even see it until I sent it the Loves Mules. Loves Mules is my other cousin, it's Pop Blender's sister. And I didn't even see it. And she saw it and she was like, holy shit, how did you not see that? And the only reason I don't have that picture pulled up for tonight is because it is on a hard drive that crashed. With a lot of other cool pictures I could have talked about and shown, but that's the only reason I thought about that picture. And I thought that picture's lost. I don't have that picture anymore.
I was just about to demand that you show that picture to. I was like, let's see this bullshit.
Yeah. That's the only reason that I don't have it queued up. And it's there. Like it's there.
Yeah, and I was noticing you did it again. You broke another goddamn horror movie rule. As soon as somebody points out something spooky in your house, you get the hell out of the house. You burn it down, you move, you do whatever. You just accept it.
You move out.
Here you are. Well, it must have gotten wiped out on my hard drive. No, don't make ghosts go away.
It did, unfortunately. It was on the hard drive that died, lost, like, you back stuff up on a portable hard drive because it's stuff you don't want to lose, and you don't use that hard drive very often. And you plug it in one day and it just starts clicking. And you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Oh, hey,
Yeah,
have a look at the chat.
Ronnie Trickshot in the house. Sup, gentlemen? What's going on over there in Australia? How you
Ronnie
doing, right, Aaron?
8-ball corner pocket.
Hey, Ronnie Trickshot, I'm wrong turn tonight. There you go.
Oh no.
Oh man, wrong turn. That was Liza
a fun
Dushku,
movie,
wasn't it?
It was
love
fun.
Dushkus.
Yeah, I like your word for that.
Count Dushku.
Oh, it's starting to rain again here.
I like to count some douche-coos.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Douche-coo for two.
Canoes. So that's just some pictures, some stuff that I grabbed to throw up just to talk about some stuff. I wanted to show some costumes, basically just to show how much I really love this holiday. And unfortunately, if you're on the East Coast, it's not even Halloween there anymore now.
Every day of my life is Halloween.
But it's still with us in spirit.
Crying shame.
Hey, Pop, did you know that Jay Astro looked like him? That guy up the whatever. I'm not pointing anymore.
Wait, what?
Is this your first time meeting Jay Astro?
Jay on stream? I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, right? Is that right?
Yeah,
Our big world premiere right here.
That's
man.
Handsome young man right there.
I don't remember if I don't remember if you were on that pit that he was on or not.
Yeah.
I was only on it for like 40 minutes too. I jumped in and just kind of was like, "Oh, hey, I thought I'd try this out," and then I was like, "Okay, well, I'm too loud and I got nothing to say. Okay, bye."
That's exactly how I felt my.
That's a prerequisite for getting on there, I think.
Sometimes you just have to jump in and stay in, right? Like otherwise, you might not be in for a while. No, I don't know. I really don't. All the streams start to run together after a while. Matthew or Friday or with Cuz and whatnot, jumping on Punk's Pit. They all start to kind of meld together, so to speak. So anyway, if it is the first time, what's up?
What's up? I was asking 3-Star where that hot chick was from last night that he was on the stream with. I was like, "Where's that babe? Why don't you give me her number?" And then now not so much. Never mind.
Unfortunately, she got told 3 times.
Yeah,
so
I had to tell her
down
one
for
more
the count.
time.
She's down for the count.
She's still sleeping it off. I had to tell her one more time. One more
Oh
again.
my God. I showed some people at work tonight I pulled the stream up and kind of just let it run, but without volume, obviously, and kind of showed it to them. And yeah, they were they got a pretty good kick out of it. A couple people, I don't think they found it as funny. I get it, We live
I don't
in
think
a
a lot of the
different world.
I just
I don't think a lot of the people we were doing it for found it as funny.
Probably not, but around these parts, man, that's a joke that's been told for many a decade.
and I'm sorry, man, but funny. If they didn't find funny there, they must have found it when you got to the file card backstory stuff.
Well, that was definitely yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. I know you did too, down south. That was yeah, that was fun. The one thing I didn't really anticipate was the voices, the narrator voices. So I just kind of got into character. And I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go with this.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, because I was actually gonna say what I said. Like, I have to narrate this like it is a true crime documentary.
Yeah,
so it's the only way I can do it and make it decent. So that was what I did. So I didn't tell you this, Pop Blender. I asked Jay Astro and Crow to pick their top 5 horror movies. So
That's
if you
cool.
want to take a minute and try and compile them, so I'll tell
I
you.
went over mine with Matthew on Tuesday. We actually did go over our top 5, but mine are a little maybe surprising, maybe not as what most people would think of. But we did have, and I still have them, so I don't really need to take too much time in it, whatever. But yeah, whatever you want to do, man.
Like Dustin from Stranger Things. It will be a surprise to me because I fell asleep by the time you.
Okay, Ambien will do that to a brother.
Yes, it will. It will.
He's trying to tell you. He's trying to say you're boring.
No, he nailed it.
Might have been.
That's the thing about all of these fine folks that I watch that do live streams and staying up and trying to watch them and when you take medicine to get to sleep, and you have to take something to sleep unless you're just so exhausted you literally can't move. Trying to time it so you can finish watching the stream sometimes is not very easy. And I was in here part of that time working on he and I show for last night. So I was in here working on that late. So by the time I went and sat down and got to where I could sit and watch it, I had to go ahead and take it, or else I couldn't take it because I'm gonna oversleep. And then being in here, I usually snack. Like I'll eat some popcorns or something, when I'm sitting on the couch watching whatever. I didn't do that in here, so I had an empty stomach. So I was sitting there listening to them talk. And next thing I know, they're signing off. Like, I don't even think I said good night. Woke up, laptop still in my lap on the couch. And I woke up and they're saying good night. I'm like, oh shit, where am I? Like,
well, nothing tops the night that we were finishing up our stream, and I could tell that you repeated yourself like 5 different times, and I was like, yeah, he's out of it right now. We're trying to finish up, and you're like, we had just talked about something. You're like, so anyway, it's like, wait a minute, we just talked about it.
If Eric Thurman's still in here, he will never let me live that down. So he calls it the Ambien stream.
Yeah, it was man.
Exactly what it was. If you guys, because what I did for this, like, we're just gonna go through. I just got a bunch of slides. We're just gonna go through them. I don't have a pace that I want to hit. I'm just gonna go through stuff. There's probably a lot that aren't in here. Because as many of these movies as I watch and many good ones, like everything that pops in my head, I was trying to like get it just a grab of it just to show for just to talk about it a little bit. We're not spend a lot of time on each one, but some of them we're going to discuss a bit. So if you want to, Crow, you want to give your top 5 horror movies, and
Uh,
it's
I was
your
gonna ask
list.
you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I go like second or third because it's starting to rain where I'm at right now, so I got to move everything back inside. So I was just gonna darken my screen for a minute and quickly
Okay.
jump inside.
Yeah, we'll wait till you and Astro get back. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, man. You guys catch up.
I'll be back in
All right,
just
go
a
ahead.
second. I had to hit the fridge here for a moment and
All right.
refresh my drink here. I'll be right back.
Do
I
not
still hear
hurt
you.
your knuckles.
No. I probably would too. This fridge is a dinosaur. This thing is like been here since I've been here, and I've lived here for like 15 years. So
I've got one in my basement fridge. When I bought this property, I've been in my house. I built my house like 20 years ago, but I lived had a trailer on it when I bought the property, and I lived in that trailer for about 3 years. The guy that moved out of it left his refrigerator, and it always worked fine. So when I built the house, I put it in the basement and plugged it up. It's my beer fridge, extra freezer space, whatever.
Hell yeah.
I've gone through 4 refrigerators in the house, but that refrigerator that is probably
Still
from the
working.
mid 80s,
Yeah, right.
humming right along.
Yeah, it's a
Humming.
beast, man.
yeah, this fridge will probably outlive me.
Yeah, that's
Um,
how I feel about the one in the basement.
I was gonna show you something
Yes.
real quick before we get started on the top 5. I'm just gonna flash it real quick just to share it, but I'm gonna pull it back down. But I found this, which is it's a horror movie icon bracket fight, and it has different horror movie characters squaring off. And so I thought it'd be fun if we kind of voted for which one was better than the other, and then whittle it down to the final 2 here in a little while. And it's a pretty cool little website. You can kind of customize it, and you can put in whatever that you want, whatever category you want. But it has some pretty good ones in here to go against, and I thought it'd be pretty fun to kind of get y'all's thoughts on maybe like a Michael Myers versus Jaws, whatever. Like not necessarily who would win, but which one do you think is cooler or better?
Yeah,
but pretty cool little bracket, deal.
I don't. We can do that. We'll see what the chat wants to do. Menjoza has a very good question. Anyone have a toy like the clown in Poltergeist? Fuck that clown. You needed to put away out of sight at night. When I was a kid, I was terrified of the Jack in the Box and that thing. But the thing is, I kept playing with it. Like it scared me to death, but I still played with it, and that might say something about me. But the thing that terrified me the most was at Pop Blender's house in Love's Mule's room, hanging up by our window. Remember that? She had a marionette puppet of a little dog. It was a dog, like a little Scottish terrier or something, dressed in a damn clown outfit. And I don't care how much light was in that room, its eyes glowed. And it scared the absolute shit out of me. As well as the thing that y'all had in your basement, that lion head thing.
Oh yeah, yep. Oh my gosh, I forgot all about that. It's funny, but you think about it, if you go back and look at pictures of like dolls and certain toys from like the 60s and 70s, like there's so much inspiration from a lot of those because they're they're hideous looking things. A lot of the dolls had, funky fake hair or really weird eyes, or, there's so many pictures I've seen of dolls and toys from that time period that were just like horrifying looking toys for kids to play with. Not as refined as the dolls and Barbies and stuff of today. Loves mules wearing red and white.
Red and white PJs. Do
Yeah,
you have
I remember
anything,
that.
Jay Astro?
Not of my own, no. But kind of to what Pop Blender was saying, like those, I was always kind of grossed out by those baby dolls that had like the closing eyes, like you tilt them and their eyes would kind of close and they had like real big eyelashes.
My name's Talking Tina, and I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, stuff along those lines. Because like I think at my grandparents' house, like they had a couple of those from like one of my aunts. It was her toy when she was a kid or whatever, and they still had it in their basement, like in a box of all these old toys and junk. And I would always see that thing, and its skin was all kind of like browning and discolored from age and yellowed. That thing was gross. I was like, yeah, why do you even still have this? Throw that fucking thing away. And it's not even because I thought it was so scary. I just thought it was kind of gross. I'm like, it just looks old and dirty.
Yeah,
Get rid of it. And its eyes would kind of half closed, like one of them worked, and the other one didn't.
Yes, one of them would do, and the other. Oh my god, that was the worst. Yes, 100%.
And that funky film on it was just dust that cakes up, and dust is mostly dead skin, so the thing had skin.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the little dolls where their eyes would turn like open and close if you flip them down? But then
that's exactly what we're talking about. Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
And then but when the battery's dying on the thing, so it's like one eye half closed, going right?
Kind of rolls back, and like it's kind of fucking just dead-eyed dolls. They're all dead eyes on them things. So
that's like why I can never get into chicks who wear fake eyelashes, because it always makes me think of those doll things. It always makes me think of that.
Well, too, some of them had that thing. It was almost like those little fake cans of pet milk you used to have, where you turn it upside down and turn it back and be like, it would have that. You would turn the doll back and be like,
is this thing supposed to make noise too? Something's wrong with this creepy little bastard.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Life-size dolls facing the wall. Now I couldn't be doing that. So I've only got a few things that creep me out, and I'm actually going to show you a couple of them. One of them is that damn clown. Now, I'm not somebody that's scared of clowns, but that clown from Poltergeist, that there are only a couple of movies that I can think of that as an adult creep me the fuck out. And I cannot watch, or I can watch them, but I kind of grit my teeth during certain scenes. And we're going to talk about all of them. But that's one of them, is that damn clown from Poltergeist. It's the only one that bothers me.
Nah, it don't bother me.
It's because that clown is the one that broke the rule. It's like the first time that clown attacked a child, and we saw it, and you were all there, right? So it's after that. Clowns are now very capable. They're a threat.
Yeah, that was horrifying in 1982 as a 7-year-old, 8-year-old when it was, watching on cable or something. Yeah, 100%. I will tell really, really quickly. It was about probably 20. I don't know. It's probably like 23, 22 years ago. There was this girl used to come at my bar, and she looked like Bernadette Peters. Okay, big hair, curly though, spiral curls. Bernadette Peters, really cute girl. And she was infatuated with me. And so she drove a Daewoo car, a Daewoo. And so I went home with her one night and to her apartment, and one thing leads to another, and we end up, in the bedroom, and I opened the door. She had a fucking clown doll collection, and they were everywhere.
The eyes on you.
Dude, you want to talk about, it was like but total buzzkill, so to speak, if you know what I mean. Every angle, there was these clown dolls all on a bookshelf, over in the corner, over by the bed, and they were everywhere. And everywhere I looked, it was like, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to make out with this chick, and I'm like, man, this ain't happening tonight, girl.
Yeah, like
And
can't do it.
That's
Nope.
the last time I ever got to get her, man. It was like clown dolls everywhere. I
I'd
was
be
like,
looking at her going, look,
"Ugh."
you're hot and all, and you could probably explain this, but I don't even want to hear it.
Yeah, no, it's exactly Crow. That's exactly what it was. I was just, I couldn't even stop thinking about it. I was just like, oh, this is creepy. Like, this is really, and all their eyes were open, and they all were like, it was a special
No,
type
man.
of doll. And so and they looked like the eyes with the
Mm-mm.
glaze on them, so they looked like real. And it was, and I was just like, yeah, this ain't happening tonight,
See,
girl.
that's the kind of
No.
shit you got to warn somebody about before they get
Yes.
there.
Yes.
Like if I'd have known that if I'd have known we was gonna be fucking for a bunch of clowns, at least I could have prepared myself mentally.
I couldn't
But
Yeah.
3-star, if you bring anybody home, you're gonna have to make sure that they're okay with all your Joes watching. Wow.
oh, they'll know before they get here.
Yeah. Clowns are
Yeah.
the
Be like,
only
Cobra Commander's gonna be staring at you the whole time, just so you're aware. But he
Oh.
doesn't have eyes, so maybe it's not that bad. You know?
Actually,
Right.
he's got like 7 eyes on the.
Oh well, yeah, once a man, yeah.
that's true.
So Crow, five
I know.
favorite horror movies. What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, I
Don't have to be in order.
No, horror movies. I think I sent you some slides just to remind me, but I think I mistook the question, said Halloween movie in my head. So there's one that makes no sense, but in no particular order, I'm going to start probably with the worst one, which is Ninth Gate. Or not Ninth Gate, sorry, The Gate. If anybody remembers.
Oh, yeah.
Steven Dwarf.
Yeah.
Steven Dwarf, I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't going to commit to a name. But yeah, this was so the reason this one stood out in my head is because I was just at that age where, you start going to the movies by yourself and they start letting you into the older kid movies and things like that, right? Like, what is that, 12? And I thought
probably something like that.
Yeah. So in these days, we now know it's called the tween movie, right?
Yes.
Right. I didn't know this was a tween movie. So I walked out of there and I was so happy with that movie. I had made it through a horror film, all by myself. Right. So it just always kind of stood out as one of those, oh, it was so scary at its time. And then you remind yourself, you're like, no, it absolutely was not. This was designed for kids. Shut up. Right. But that made my list. They're the hideous creatures of that scary ass movie.
Yeah, I always liked that movie. Like, I don't know it verbatim, but I watched it several times. I liked The Gate.
Yeah, it was a fun.
Did you ever see The Gate 2?
I did. Yeah.
I don't think I saw 2.
Very, very lame follow up. They only had like one of those little monsters in it. It was like just the one.
Yeah. They lost the vision and the budget.
Yeah, I was gonna say, budgetary function there. See ya.
VHS budget.
Yeah,
right. Oh, all right. What else you got, Crow?
Throw up a slide and I'll tell you why I picked it. How's that?
Oh, I don't have them in that order.
Oh, okay.
I had to dig to pull this one up. I put all of the ones you guys suggested in with all the rest of them.
Are you eating Halloween candy, by the way?
No.
Oh,
Candy corn is eating.
Because
I was gonna say he's not sharing with us, but now he is.
Reach in there and grab you.
Hold it still.
I can't stand it, but I'll reach in there and
grab you a
some.
mellow cream pumpkin or
The hell's that?
chocolatey candy corn.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the best. We will we'll just do our lists, and when we go through the slides, we'll get to them.
So the next one I think was E.T. made my list, and that wasn't because it was a horror movie, but if you look at the era, it was a horrible time because you got Drew Barrymore. She cracked she cracked out of an egg and hit Hollywood, and she was a train wreck like right after E.T. Michael Jackson was doing E.T. at the time, and everything in the era was about Michael Jackson fashion. So parents were sending their kids in glitter gloves and socks. So that's a horror, right? Does that count?
E.T. was one of the first movies I remember seeing in the theater, and when he pops out of the bushes going, I screamed and started bawling, and like wouldn't come out from under the theater chair for like 5 minutes. I'm sure everybody was like, "Way to bring your fucking kid to this movie," but I remember I was terrified.
E.T. scared me as well when we went to see it. That movie horrified me. That little bastard was so creepy with his creepy ass glowing long proctologist finger.
Love it.
It scared me.
As a kid, though, I will say that was a movie at a young age where I understood like loss, emotion.
There
like
we go.
At 7 years old, almost, I was probably 7, I think.
You nailed the
Turk's right on there, though. Prince of Darkness was a good pick from Turk, too. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
But yeah, like E.T., I understood what it was like to lose something. You think he's dead, and he's laying there, and you got this kid was about my age crying, and then he comes back, and it's like, and I think at a young age, that's probably one of the first times that I really started to understand what it was like, to love something or, have emotion like that.
And then you learn that the government bureaucrats want to kill everything that you like, and just because they don't understand it, they can't have it.
If you love something, you got to give it away, right? You got to send E.T. home, or I hear, right? Like, I love that you bring up that point, because I was like, no, that's too deep to talk about. But if you think about it, it's exactly what you guys just said. That monster made you scream, and it terrified you as a little kid.
Oh, yeah.
But Spielberg, throughout the movie, made you emotionally connect to that monster through a kid. Like, he gave you a perfect bridge. Elliot was the perfect bridge for you to connect to a monster.
Yes.
And when you thought E.T. was died, raise your hand if you cried when you thought E.T. died. Like,
that's what I mean. Hey, I tell you what,
I was kind of glad, but it was sad.
When I still watch that movie today, I still get choked up at the end. Yeah. Still.
Hey, but yeah, horror movie.
I know, right?
Well, that's what I was going to say, was like, it's your list. So, I mean, if you want to call Monster Squad a horror movie, be my guest. Evil Dead 2 is not a horror movie. Army of Darkness, not a horror movie. But if it's scary to you, it's scary to you.
Yeah, I'm just I'm trying to think of what the other two were, but they were just the other three. Sorry, I know Dawn of the Dead 2004 definitely made my list. That's one of my favorites of all time.
Mm-hmm.
So that was second. It wasn't my favorite of all time. What else did Oh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre made the list, because I have to concede when a horror movie's good, even if I wasn't a fan of every version of it. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But my number one, just to speed things along. Oh, yeah, look in the background. And I just got that Hiya Toys Leatherface. Like I said, I showed you before the show.
I want the Mezco one.
There you go. But the number one, hands down, horror movie of all time to me, it's the perfect movie. It's Joss Whedon's Cabin in the Woods, man. I don't think you get a better horror movie.
That's a good one.
I love that one.
Yeah.
It's a great choice. You get a little bit of everything in that one.
You do, and it's brilliantly written.
Yep.
Absolutely. I agree.
So, Jay Astro, what about you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Geez, thanks for asking. Well, I was kind of worried right before this. I was like, I wonder if I misunderstood the assignment. Like, is it horror movies that, like, just in general, or is it Halloweenish horror movies? Because a lot of the stuff that I watch, like, all through October, like, is my Halloween mood type stuff. They're great, and they're 10 out of 10s for the most part, but they're not necessarily my favorite horror movies either, just because I like other movies that I watch all year round, So I was like, oh, geez, I hope I didn't misunderstand. But number 5, they're not really in particular order except for number 1. The first one is Street Trash. Have you ever seen Street Trash, 1987?
I've not, and I'm gonna let
Street
you when
trash.
we get to it. I'm gonna let you tell us a little bit about it because I have not seen it.
It's not, it's not really a horror movie so much as it's like a cult party movie, and it's really gross and like gore and stuff, but it's not spooky. You know what I mean? It's not like a scary movie.
So it looks like a trauma movie. Is it trauma?
It's not trauma, but it's very much in that same vein. Absolutely.
Okay, that's
And
what I thought.
but it is a movie that I could watch every day and never get sick of.
Okay.
It's so funny and so outrageous and just ridiculous. They remade it recently, and the remake looks awful. Like it looks like it's all like trying to push a social message. And
You don't
Street
say.
Trash is and Street Trash is completely, the original is completely devoid of anything like that, and
Yeah.
it's brilliant. So that's one of them. Psycho, 1962. We studied that movie in film school or in film class when I was in high school, and I learned so much about movies from that movie, and it's an 11 out of 10. You can't fuck with that movie. So Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, The Dream Warriors, is one that I.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's one. Yeah, because that's one I grew up with. Like the other two were a little bit before my time.
Was that Johnny Depp's one?
No,
That was
He was in the first one. Johnny Depp was in the first one. That was his big debut. The second one is the first horror movie I ever got to watch on my own. Like my dad had rented it, and I came home from school one day, and part 2 was where he was like, "Here, you can watch this if you want," and I just watched it, and I loved it, you know. And so then part 3 was the first one I got real excited about. We got to, rent movies on the weekend or whatever, and we would rent it with my cousins or my friends. And I watched that movie so many times, mostly for the naked nurse scene. And
oh my god, I just watched it like 3 days ago, and I forgot.
Yeah. And mostly because Dawkins' theme song is awesome, and the music video for that theme song is awesome.
Yeah.
Totally kick ass. So yeah, I mean, I grew up on that movie. Session 9, which we mentioned with the light bulb thing, which isn't even really a great part of the movie. It's a decent part, but so much about that movie I love. And it's another movie that every time, I don't watch that one a ton, but every few years I'll watch that one and I'll forget how great it was, in my mind anyway, how much I'm into that one.
Yeah.
And then number 1, the top choice is Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives, which is yet another movie that just kind of like Nightmare on Elm Street, all the same things. Killer soundtrack. It got me into Alice Cooper. It's a fun party movie. I watched it so many times because I always went back to that one. It's funny. It's ridiculously violent, but not like offensively violent, if that makes any sense. Like it delivers without trying too hard.
Got a little bit of the silly vibe with it.
Yeah.
You got some of the campiness in 5 and 6. 6 was where it really started kind of getting campy.
Yeah, and 6 is where he becomes just a straight up like a monster movie, because he's a reanimated corpse at that point. He's not just some killer in the woods guy, It's so many cool things about it.
Both of those two strike me that you mentioned those, because I love both of those as well. I love Dream Warriors, and Friday 6 is probably my favorite one outside of 1. But what's funny about you mentioning that, Part 3, Nightmare Dream Warriors, was the first Freddy movie that I saw in the theater, and Jason Lives was the first Jason movie that I saw in the theater. I'd seen them all, but I'd rented them, or my mom rented them for me, whatever. But I just thought it was funny that you picked those, because those were the first 2 of that franchise that I got to see in the theater.
I don't want to like kind of steal the show or the spotlight here, but I'm going to let you guys know that I'm sort of a celebrity. I actually do have an IMDb credits to my name, because one of my friends does a lot of special features for Blu-rays. He has like his own production company. And on the Friday the 13th box set that was released a couple of years ago by Scream Factory, I'm in the special credits on Friday the 13th Part 6 as like the special thanks for helping on that. So yeah, I've got IMDb credits for all kinds of movies that he's worked on that he and I are both fans of and that we talk about all the time. And I got put in the special thanks on the Blu-ray features. So it's my dream, and that because he interviewed Alice Cooper for the music video for He's Back, The Man Behind the Mask.
Mm-hmm.
And So at the end of the Alice Cooper interview, it says special thanks, Jake Manders and Alice Cooper. And so I'm like, me and Alice Cooper in the credits together. So, and I got
That-
top billing over him on top of it. So
Yeah, that's pretty badass.
if you look me up on IMDb, I'm there, and you can see all the Blu-rays that I don't have a picture or anything because it's not that big
Big
deal.
time. Big
Quick
time.
thing
Yeah,
with
I'm on IMDb, and it's all because I know people. So it's sort of a big deal.
Get a kick out of, Jay, is when you keep talking about Alice Cooper, I keep feeling worse and worse
Hang on.
because you
There
seem to
we
be a
go.
big fan, right? I accidentally ran into Alice Cooper when I was like 15 in my punk rock phase, and I said, "Are you Alice Cooper?" Because I had no idea who he was. My friend said it was. He's like, "Yeah, little guy, you want an autograph?" And I said, "No, I just wanted to know if you were Alice Cooper," and I walked away. and I felt bad to this day.
Well, you might as well have face palmed him while you were at it, and like,
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. I
Wow.
just lost a fucking bet.
That's great, man. Oh,
I've
that's
never
great.
actually met him. I mean, I've never met him or anything. I've seen him in concert a bunch of times, though. He's absolutely
really-
killer show to go to.
He was really
Yeah.
cool to a kid, man. I'll say that. That's the only experience I had with him. But
So, couple chats here. So Menjoza, Friday the 13th, with the guy getting it from under the bed through the neck, could not sleep without checking forever. That was 3 or 4.
With part one, Kevin Bacon gets the arrow through the neck.
What?
Yeah,
That's right. It was part
And on
one.
the Blu-rays now, because of the high def and everything, it looks like shit, like that special effect. It's Tom Savini and everything, but you can tell it's just like a brown sock stuffed with shit, blood bags, and it looks terrible. But yeah, that's part one. Kevin Bacon gets it that way.
Yeah,
I
that's
saw
right.
part one. My mom's boyfriend, who we had a cottage on the lake and we went canoeing a lot, decided it'd be a good idea to take his girlfriend and her kid to go see Friday the 13th at the drive-in. I think I was 5. And I probably didn't sleep for a month after that. He followed that, and when they end that movie with Michael jumping out of the lake and grabbing the woman out of the canoe, we were going canoeing the very next fucking day.
Oh, hell no.
Right?
Oh man.
But yeah, my childhood was going to drive-ins and seeing poltergeists and whatnot when I was like 6, 7, right?
Yeah. Ronnie,
You guys read about that lake in Minnesota that has a Jason at the bottom of it? Have you seen that?
Yes.
That story going around? It's got, they've got like a life-size statue of him chained to the thing at the bottom of the
where
lake.
he's looked like he's floating up.
Yeah.
Ronnie Trickshot said, when I was a kid, went to my friend's house down the road. His old man was watching The Howling. I didn't sleep for a month after that. The Howling, man, is a classic, and that is one of the few movies that I had to leave the room in certain scenes, and it was not because of a werewolf.
Yeah.
But Pop Blender, what about you? What you got?
Yeah, mine are kind of, so the other night we kind of went over ours, and I had a different way of coming at it too, right? Like, obviously there are so many horror movies of people like the Conjuring stuff, right? Or Midsummer, or if you think a lot of the newer stuff, and then you have the classics like The Exorcist or Carrie, right? Or whatever. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which as a kid, that was one of those ones that you just kind of had heard of, you knew of it. But for me, it just, I thought about either kind of what they did for the industry or what they were, what they did as far as the way that I looked at them, maybe the first time I saw them. And so The Thing was one of mine. On there. Alien, the original Alien, 1979. The Fly with Jeff Goldblum was one that I found just funky, creepy. And then, I did have the other night on my list, I did have Saw, the first Saw movie, only because of the escape room kind of theme of it, but also with the contraptions and stuff. I thought the end of the movie was a bit of a letdown, I guess, so to speak. But having to make it was a choice movie, right? Make a choice, cut your own leg off and get out of here if you can, right? Or you're just going to be down here, and meanwhile the key the whole time is like within reach, right? You don't but you don't realize it. So I thought Saw was good. Of course, Halloween for me, just as a kid, that movie was so seminal for the suspense thriller and like always seeing something in the window outside when there's nothing there, right?
Yeah.
Always thinking something's around the corner. You go into a bath, you got to wake up in the middle of the night and go to the bathroom, and you check behind the shower curtain kind of thing, right?
Mhm.
And so I understood that, yes, there's so many classics and so many out there that are so good, but those were just a few for me that I know I really love, and maybe not classified as maybe horror, like you were talking about Evil Dead 2, which was also on my list the other night. But when I remember watching that movie, I was like, white knuckle and waiting on the next thing, right? Jump scares and stuff like
Yes.
that. And I thought it was perfect. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I have some fun favorites like Fright Night from back in the day. I loved Fright Night.
Love Fright Night.
You know what I mean?
You're so cool, Brewster.
What was the other one?
Right.
The house or the
Oh, House and House 2.
House.
House is actually creepy. It's funny, but it's got creepy parts.
House on the left, the last house on the left.
Oh,
Was
Last House on the
one that
Left.
I really enjoyed. And so yes, that's kind of some of them that I really loved, whether it was as a kid.
Delta 17 left me off. They hate me. Great, thanks Delta 17. I'll just go fuck off, I guess, and die.
What's going on, Steve? How you doing? Thanks for coming in, man. The man himself.
But what about you, man? I know that's the main thing, because this is your holiday for sure.
Me and Joe's a Big Ben in the house was badass. Richard Mall, yeah, Bull Shannon. So mine. He says, "What's up? Hey, Mr. Fourth Guy, I hadn't had the pleasure of meeting you yet. Sorry. That is you were behind the curtain of mystery because we had a comment pulled up and he couldn't see the name. That is Jay Astro. The madman of the Midwest.
Check him out on IMDb, yo.
Yeah, he's got an IMDb page.
Yeah, get your life together and check it out.
I didn't even make it. Like, my friend was like, I'm going to make a page for you for all these things, and then just start putting you on there. And then for a couple of weeks, I would keep checking it and seeing if I was going up or down in popularity. And
oh, that's awesome.
I'm not good. I have a buddy with an IMDb page, and I think I still have mine up there. It's got 0 on it. It's got 1 photo and a "what does this do" comment. So you did way better than us.
Yeah, it's all just special thanks. It's like on movies like The Brain and the Blob remake and stuff like that. Friday the 13th Part 6 is the crown jewel of my achievements. But
well, I mean, you got billing above Alice Cooper, so
right.
What are you gonna do?
Like, I'm gonna start doing convention appearances and be like, yeah, I appeared in the special credits on a Blu-ray feature with Alice Cooper. So $50 a pop, $80 for a selfie. Bring your own camera.
100%. Like that, you've achieved a peak. The top thing in life, if being ahead of Alice Cooper, and
it's all downhill. It's all downhill from here. I mean, it's not.
So, speaking of Alice Cooper, do you guys remember Trick or Treat?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Alice Cooper, the radio DJ dude.
Yes,
yeah, I saw that in the theater. Mom took me to see that.
Dang.
That one's kind of obscure now. It don't get a lot of. Is
that where Ozzy Osbourne was in it too, and he played like the religious guy on TV? That just got like a new Blu-ray release is coming out. Like, nice. It wasn't on DVD or it wasn't on DVD ever. Like, it never got released, and they're finally putting it out. And like, it's sold out like in a day. People love that movie because it's got Ozzy in it. And
Ozzy and
somebody else. Gene Simmons, I think, is in it too.
Wow. Maybe.
Yeah,
I saw it. I remember seeing it in the theater, man. And I always you could find it. It was available for a while, but I think it went out of print at some point, because I remember renting it after I saw it, and then I never saw it again. And I went to look for it, couple years ago around Halloween. I was trying to find it on some kind of streaming platform, and I couldn't find that movie anywhere because I want to see it again. I'm sure it's just campy as shit now, but most of them.
Well, it's coming out on Blu-ray from Synapse Films, so check it out. If you really want to see it that bad, you can pay them $30 and own your very own copy of it.
Did you ever see Night of the Comet?
I don't know if it's worth $30, to be honest with you.
When you talk about campy, did you ever guys see Night of the Comet from like I think it was 1982?
86 or 84?
Was it 86? 84. It had to be way early because it's the only horror movie I can remember that featured the Valley Girl accent and talk all the way through.
84. Like, yeah. I remember.
That's a movie that I never saw. Oh, go ahead.
I've seen it, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. I know it is on some streaming platform somewhere.
Yeah. I never saw it all in one piece. It used to be on the Sci-Fi Channel all the time, so I would see like a half hour of it here, 20 minutes of it there, and I tried to watch it all the way through once, and it didn't hold my interest. So then I would just constantly see it later. I was like, oh, that part was okay, but I saw it piecemeal throughout the years.
Some of those old movies, it's hard to go back and watch them.
Yeah, I only revisited that one because I passed by a scene when I was a little kid, and it was this zombie cop grabbing the girl by the arm with this red background, and that scene alone stuck with me my whole life. And when I finally tracked down what movie it was, I think it was like last year when I watched it. And I laughed my ass off, going, I can't believe that scarred you that way, man. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's silly AF from what I remember of it. So, all right, so I'm gonna give mine. Now, mine, I would say two of mine probably are in a constant state of flux of my favorite horror movies. But number one and number two will never change. Number one is Halloween. Like Pop said, it's become synonymous with the horror trope. And Michael Myers wasn't even the first slasher, even though he's usually credited for it. We had two before him, and The Exorcist is a close second. For creep factor, that's one of them, especially the extra footage one with the spider walk down the steps that was cut out of the original. That shit in that movie, man, that spider walk scene, that first time I saw that shit, chills went up my spine, and they didn't release that till I was in my 20s.
Yeah,
I kind of don't think it actually needed that scene though, personally, for me. But
that's why I cut it.
Yeah.
I went on a date and watched the remake with this girl, and we were sitting on the two seats on the end of the aisle. And when that scene happened with the spider walk, it scared me because I was there. Like,
you never seen it,
original, right? But it scared her so bad. She should stood up and had like a small panic attack, and instantly in front of the theater of everyone demanded that she and I trade seats because it would make her feel safer. And I'm looking, and we're on the two end seats. I did no other date after that, but that spider walk was just like
that one, man. That shit was was creepy. So those two, Jaws is probably number 3 for me. I like the classics. If you go back and watch Jaws is actually a creepy movie. Whether you're scared of water, whether you're scared of sharks, you can say it's campy, it's whatever, but turn the lights out and put yourself, you've been to the beach, you've been to the lake, just put yourself in the position of that swimmer or that boater or whatever. And Quint is one of the best characters that's ever been written also. So those are probably always going to be my top 3 right now. Probably the first Nightmare on Elm Street, and debatable on horror, but Trick or Treat, not the Alice Cooper version.
Yeah, no, the one that's a fun one, man. I love watching that one, and the it's got the overarching story. And the individual thing, they all tie together, and I always enjoyed that one, man. I just think that's a fun one. It reminds me of Twilight Zone, the movie, in a way.
Yeah.
But
those are my favorite of anything, are either anthology stories with a wraparound story tying them all together. Tales from the Dark Side, the movie.
Yeah.
Fucking love it, man. They got all kinds of stars.
right.
Christian Slater, Steve Buscemi.
Yeah.
What's her name from and then Elaine from Cheers, I think, and then her that's in it. Somebody
Julie Louise.
well, yeah.
Julianne Moore is in it, and Deborah Harry from Blondie.
Yeah.
Debbie Harry from Blondie's in it.
Yep.
It's a fantastic movie. Actually. It's really good. Radon Chong.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
Ray
yeah,
Don
that's
Chong,
right.
yeah. Forgot about her.
So movies like that, I love, even if they don't have a wraparound story, just anthology stuff in general. When they're done, like, I mean, most of them have the wraparound to tie it together, but I love even like the shitty like B movie ones. Like there's so many copies of the well known ones on Amazon. Like, and I'll just pick one, and be like, oh, hadn't seen that.
I'm with you on anthologies entirely. I think if there's a premise I love more and more as Hollywood runs out of ideas, they say, it's anthologies, because sometimes you've got a really good premise, but you just don't have enough there to make a long feature out of it. You can tell a great short story.
Yeah.
And that's what we see with a great horror anthology, and like Love, Death and Robots on Netflix.
That's amazing. I love
Right?
that.
But even movie 43, it's a comedy, but it had a whole bunch of actor clout in it. It was goddamn hilarious, but it was shamefully so
grotesque, but it's fucking hilarious.
100%. Yeah. But anthologies, I think all I need is a 20-minute bit of entertainment repeated a few times, and you've got yourself some magic. Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
anthologies are cool too because they seem to go quicker. Like you get into the story, you get to the point of the story, you move on to the next story. So even though it's still a feature-length movie, you've got 4 stories there, and you're moving a lot more quickly through them. Right. So if you have a short attention span, anthologies are great because you don't feel like you're stuck in the middle of something for 2 hours.
Yeah, and you can pause it and pick right back up with a new story. And the ones that have something to tie them together while you're watching the separate segments of them, you're enjoying it, but you're also thinking, man, how's this going to tie in, or, wrap back around into the whole overarching thing. That is what I think is so clever about Trick or Treat.
I feel go ahead.
I was going to say that's because it's all, you see different things and they're all happening at the same time, but you don't know it. And then you rewatch it and you see, like, when they're crossing the street and the street and the car with the werewolf chicks in it almost hits them,
Right.
And you see the guy in the background in the black cloak, the teacher, whatever. You see him in the background at some point later, and
I
love that in that movie.
That movie is so clever and it's so well done. They just actually are doing a sequel to it in a graphic novel that's a Kickstarter right now. That I want to try to get, and hopefully that will launch into another movie. But
he did Krampus too. Did you like Krampus?
Krampus was smart.
I didn't really like Krampus, but I'll tell you what I like was A Christmas Horror Story.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen that? I like the version of Krampus that's in that. I was kind of disappointed in the Krampus movie. It was okay.
I love it. I love that.
Yeah.
I actually like that one better than Trick or Treat. The only reason I brought it up is because it's the same guy. Because he's obviously got the holiday love. He loves to stuff it full of all the Halloween imagery or the Christmas imagery, and he does a great job of that. He's clearly got like an affection for that stuff,
a grasp on it. So
I've got a question for you guys.
All right.
Because we just anthology horror movies, and I can't believe I left these 2 off the list, but Twilight Zone and Amazing Stories. And it's not because they're anthologies that were scary with jump scares and twisted stories, but it kind of falls in with Poltergeist. Because we're doing Halloween still. What do you guys think about the haunted movies? Like Poltergeist, where the actress kept dying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the
There's
cursed
actually
movie.
I was gonna say there was actually a series of documentaries called Cursed Films,
Yeah.
where each of them had like 2 or 3 of them. It was on Netflix or Shutter or something like Shutter, I think it was.
Yeah, I know I've seen the Poltergeist one. I don't remember the other ones. I think I've watched it, but I know I've seen the Poltergeist one. There's been a couple like documentary style things done on those. Poltergeist is the most famous because like everybody fucking died associated with that movie
Yeah.
in some way or another.
Was
So
another one where a bunch of people had bad shit happen right after it.
So
Yeah.
Twilight Zone was the one that really kind of stuck out in my mind as soon as we started talking anthologies because of the helicopter Vietnam scene and the
Yeah.
decapitations that happened to actors.
Yep.
Victor
Yeah.
Morrow.
Nobody tells you that when you go to see the movie, eh? Like, by the way, this scene cost us this much and 2 actors, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And these days there would be a 2-minute long blurb about it either at the beginning or the end of the movie, but they didn't always do that back then. So
Yeah.
I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, let you guys hold it down, refill my coffee, and then I'm going to bring up some of these slides so we can kind of run through them because I got a bunch of them. So I'll be back in just a minute, fellas.
Really? Ooh, nice fingers.
This is where we
sorry.
Yeah, all 3 of us take a break while he's gone, and
that would be awesome. What's funny, Crow, is I thought about that. I thought about like clicking out.
Chat. I'm sorry, but point needs to be made.
Did we all get kicked out, or did I just delete myself?
I think you just backed out for some reason.
Yeah. Okay, well, sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, the other night when I was it was actually last week going over some movies with Matthew on the Tuesday night, like a weekend ago, whatever. He's got them all categorized, right? Like he's got Dracula, he's got them categorized by werewolf, he's got them categorized by like slasher and by like different ones. And I'm not quite that hardcore with my horror / whatever movies like that, Legend series. What's up, man? Legend series sliding in. What is up, buddy? But yeah, like I group them all together. They all just kind of work, whether they're Halloween themed or whether they're just horror movie in particular. I just know as a kid, and maybe you guys are the kind of same way, I don't know, but when I was a kid, like cable was a pretty new thing. And we did not have cable TV. My best friend down the street, he did. And the neighbor across the street from me, she ran a daycare in the downstairs, but upstairs is where, obviously her family lived and they had cable upstairs. So I used to stay over there after school when I was probably like 6, 7, 8, something like that. And I remember seeing Friday the 13th 3 over there. And Jaws 3. I saw Jaws 3D in the theater actually. But I remember seeing Friday the 13th 3 where the eyeball, I don't know if you remember that, and he pops the head and the eyeball goes toward the screen. I remember seeing that on their TV, The Howling, American Werewolf in London, because we didn't have cable. So I didn't get to see any of that stuff like when I was real young. I had to see it at friends' houses. And in those days, I mean, I guess it's the same now, but parents really were not like, oh, you can't watch this. At least, their parents weren't. We watched everything.
My dad would rent me whatever I wanted, as long as it wasn't like Last House on the Left, like you mentioned, or some shit like that, where it's like rape scenes and things like that.
Yeah, right.
Nothing like that hardcore, but any of the mainline, like Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, all the knockoffs of that stuff, that was fair game. I could get as much of that as I wanted because it kept me out of their hair.
Yeah.
I remember the tree scene in Evil Dead,
Yeah.
2 or whatever. That was, I remember talking about it with friends. Did you see that? It's like I don't, obviously for what it is. But yeah,
One
no,
of the
I
things I was
totally get
not
that.
allowed to watch.
Yeah, no, I believe that.
Hey, Evil Dead for a second. I just have a question for you guys because I know what it is for me. What, and we're all men here with hair on our peaches. We can admit when we're insensitive. When you
I
were
do.
terrified of Evil Dead, what was doing it? Was
You
it the
haven't seen
imagery
my peaches.
or was it
what what's that again? Like repeat that
when
again.
you were young and you were terrified of Evil Dead and Evil Dead?
Right.
Was it the imagery or was it the sound that was scaring you?
Yeah, the sounds were really funky in that movie, right? Very upfront. It was very prominent in that movie.
I have a
When I was
And
a
slide
kid, I
we will
didn't
be
like
able
it
to
when
hear.
Sorry, my bad. Good.
I was gonna say I have a slide we'll be able to hear when we get to that.
When I was a kid, and I'm still not, but when I was a kid, I wasn't really ever very outdoorsy. And so just the kind of overall atmosphere of that film where they're out in the shitty woods in a shitty cabin and everything's filthy and old, that I think is more bothersome to me than the violence. Like the violence doesn't help when I was a kid or whatever, but I mean, I even when I was a kid though, I thought it was a wild and over the top and funny movie. I recognized it as more humorous than
yeah,
anything scary even then. But the atmosphere to me of that whole the first two movies in general, that was what was more impactful than anything else to me.
Yeah. I was not. What's up to Legend series? Just joined us. How you doing, brother? Um, I wasn't allowed to watch Evil Dead. I talked about my mom. My mom would not let Pop Blender and I play with that Ouija board.
Hmm.
Evil Dead was one of the movies like that was most stuff was not off limits as far as movies went for me. That one was because one of the tree scene and two because of the subject matter of the whole movie. Like that was the one thing that my mom really did not like at all horror wise was demonic shit. I did not see Evil Dead till I was almost 20.
it's
Yeah,
funny though because she loved Stephen King though.
I know.
Love
I
Stephen
know.
King books and the
She
movie.
had all the Stephen King
Yeah.
books. So
Oh yeah.
well
So she would
I'm
let you
going
watch The Mangler or
by the time the Mangler was made into a movie, I was well old enough to get it on my own. So, um, but no, she and I went and saw what would fluctuate in and out of my top five most creepy horror movies ever. She and I went and saw Pet Cemetery when
Yeah.
I was about halfway through reading the book.
Yeah,
oh,
I
Um,
was gonna bring that up actually
that's going
literally
to come
2
up.
minutes ago.
That's
Uh,
going to come up again.
I'm gonna take my contacts out, so
All right.
I'm gonna listen on my phone, but I'm gonna take my contacts out real quick, and then
all right.
I'll be right back.
The entity. That was a creepy one too. I hadn't seen that one in years though. I need to rewatch that.
that's one of the
Sorry.
few big time movies that I've never watched. Like I remember, I know the cover and
Yeah,
everything, like just like the blue letters with backlit letters. For
yeah.
some reason, it always just looked boring to me, and I never ever watched it. And I probably should someday. But
I've probably seen it. Probably seen it twice. It's
Fine.
one that I don't remember a ton about. I know I've seen it, and it was creepy. It's just one of them ones that it's not one that's a big rewatch for me. Didn't hit that status. Again, another one that I need to go back and rewatch.
well,
Uh,
that's a really important thing in any kind of movie, really, to me too. Is how many times do I want to watch it? If I've seen it
yeah,
once and I'm good, then it's probably not going to get. I'm not going to be like, "Woo, go see it." It's there's a lot of movies like that where I'm like, I don't ever need to see that again. If it's something I want to watch over and over again, then that's gonna immeasurably add to the rating of that movie overall for me.
yeah, and I've got a ton of movies, horror and other, but mainly horror that I can watch just about any time, and I'll be scrolling through, and you guys are probably the same way. There's stuff that maybe I want to see, but I don't quite want to watch something that I don't know. So I'll look for something that I know and like that I can halfway watch. Because
You just pick your comfort food. Your comfort food.
That's right. That's my cinematic candy corn. So
that's
we've talked
Exactly.
about several of those. Crow, what was that?
A friend of mine does that with The Shining all the time. The same friend who does the Blu-ray stuff. It can be the middle of fucking summer and 97 degrees outside, but he don't care. He just puts it on in the background. You know, he's not really paying attention to it, but yeah, he'll watch The Shining over and over and over and over and over. He's seen The Shining more than anybody else on this planet at this point.
That was me for Dawn of the Dead there, right? That became my candy. And before that, it was the movie Tombstone, right? Like just something you can just shut down. Your subconscious is entertained and you can focus on something else. Hey, I wanted to ask you guys if you ever saw the movie. It was brought into like from Europe, and then they remade it with Chloe Martez. But Let the Right One In, and then it was called Let Me In.
I saw the original one.
Yeah,
I saw Let the Right One In.
Fantastic.
I've not seen either.
So
I've heard of it.
Jay, you saw the original, right? Would you say that's better than the remake for sure? Or?
I didn't see the remake, so I saw the original one because at the time I was reading a lot of, I was like everybody was reading a lot of stuff online, and that one was getting a lot of hype, and people were saying. So I sought it out on DVD and watched it at the time. I thought there was like one really good scene that was like, whoa, that's pretty hardcore. I didn't love the rest of the movie though. It was kind of one like what we were just saying with me and Darren. It was I watch it once and I'm good.
That was just it. But like, well, I hated it as a horror movie because it wasn't that frightening. It was just unfortunate, right? But as a coming of age movie, sure. But when you look at it just as a flat out vampire movie, I thought it was a neat take on it, right? Like your manservant, what he does for you. You know, when you're that kind of a vampire, what does that even look like? Like, I thought that was smart. But
the part, I don't even remember who it is, like what the character's relation is, but the part where she decides to terminate herself and just flings the drapes open with the sunlight coming through and just, that part was awesome. And like you said, I agree with you. The concept was cool with the relationship with her servant and all that, and how, it was good. It was a very well made movie and an interesting story, but it's just not like a party movie. It's not something I'm like.
And I was surprised it got remade for the American market, but I knew they were using that for Chloe Martez's platform, right, to launch her a bit. But
all those movies are. They did an international movie does well, and instantly a studio wants to remake it because it's like, well, let's it's like The Ring and Ju-on and all the Japanese horror, all theJ-horror stuff. Everything got a remake. If it was Japanese, it got a remake.
Yeah. There for a while, that was like in the early 2000s, mid 2000s. Like I tuned out. Like there's a lot of movies that have come out in the last 15 years or so I hadn't watched because it got to where they were so watered down and nothing was really original, and that's when everything was being remade or rebooted. And there's a lot of stuff that I tuned out of watching new stuff and just watched the stuff that I knew and liked. And every now and then something would come along and I'd be like, all right, I'll watch it. 9 times out of 10 I didn't like it. All of those movies, Sinister and like The Conjuring. The first Conjuring was good. Everything after that, like it's all just watered down. Like it's one version of the same thing, and there was a lot of that in the 2000s and the 2010s, and I skipped a lot of it.
Yeah, there's still a lot of that, and the only one of those that really stood out to me was Annabelle Comes Home. I believe it was. That one was actually unique because it was the one where it was the whole room, like the Warrens' whole ghost room collection, and it's like all the haunted objects, and then the movie kind of featured all of them going off at once type thing. Okay. That was pretty cool.
By the time it got to Annabelle Comes Home, I was like,
no. That's the only one out of any of those that really stands out to me.
So
I'm with you. I tuned out through all those.
I kind of feel the movies you listed off, though, there's been a change since like it's a even mid 2000s or 90s and what Hollywood seems to want to define a horror movie as, right? They'll now take very strong suspense with this sense of dread and they'll call that a horror movie, but in the outcome, everybody's still fucking alive, right?
Yeah.
Like, and
Yeah,
we're starting to see more of this.
So many more of them are PG-13 now too.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not saying it has to be a splatter fest or a tit fest or whatever, but they don't want to put much violence in the movie because they want to get the widest audience possible. So everything is PG-13.
They want the teens. They want the scary date movies. I tell you what did you guys think of Megan? Because I liked it, but it would have been so much better if it could have been R.
You know,
Well, did you watch it in the theater or how did you watch it? Because on the Blu-ray they have the unrated cut, and that's all I watched. I skipped the theatrical version and just watched the unrated, and that was plenty violent.
I just watched the theatrical, so I have not seen the unrated.
The unrated version's got some pretty brutal stuff in it, and I was impressed by it. I thought it was actually a pretty good movie. Again, it's not really something I want to watch over and over, but I did buy it just to check it out and watch the unrated version. It was good. I watched it a couple times.
I feel like that's this generation's Child's Play. You know,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and it was respectable outing. It was its own thing, which was nice. You know, the way they went about this thing was its own story. So, but it's just not.
Well, then they made that AI movie, which just came out and looks just like Megan, except for without a doll. It was almost
a lot of the Blumhouse and like, you know, A24 or whatever, like those things are, the premises of them are so similar, it seems like, and then they kind of want to do a connected universe, and then to me, they all kind of run into the same boat. They seem like it's kind of just the same thing, and they're just kind of milking it. Now, you know, I think the reason why it's easy to do that is because horror movies generally are very cheap to produce. They're very cheap to make, and so it's an easy, you know, if you make it for $14 million and it goes on to make 50 million at the box office, then that's a win, right? Yep. And so a lot of horror movies are fall into that framework. And so I think, you know, a lot of people say there's been a big resurgence in the last probably 15 years or so of horror. And I could see that to an extent where we grew up on the slasher films, right?
Yeah.
And the slashers were really popular, and then they got played out. And then
a lot of it is right with that, though, is that horror is now a lot more respected because they put kind of an artsy spin on it. Right. So even if they're not making any more or less money, it gets more positive attention now.
Yeah, but I think the jump scare part of a lot of those movies also is what they thrive on now. And one thing that's been phased out of most all of them is what you were saying earlier about the booby fest part of it. You don't really get that anymore as much in your horror movies, and even ones that are mainstream. You know, it's like you might get the couple making out or whatever, that classic trope, but you don't get the gratuitous, you know, boob shots like you used to get.
Even Terrifier 3, not to like give any spoilers, but I went and saw Terrifier 3 a few weeks ago when it came out. And those movies pushed the envelope as far as violence. Like,
they did, yeah.
They're beyond anything. Yeah, they're beyond anything that you see in any modern movie, and probably most of the last 40 years in film.
Yeah.
But they shy away from showing a lot, like any nudity. There's like a brief, like blink and you miss it flash of nudity during like a kill scene.
Yeah.
But they shy away from the female nudity. Now they don't have any problem showing the guy's nudity.
Yeah, it's no question.
Yep, that's true.
Because that's not a big deal. It's like it's reversed. They never used to show the guy. Now it's the guys. They show they don't care about that. But the girl, it's like, oh, just a second, and she's gone.
So this
because they don't want to be accused of being too exploitative.
Right.
Yep.
So
because that's the hallmark of exploitation.
This brings up a good point, though, because it's weird. We are in a weird time for cinema entirely, right? You're looking at a culture who's become completely desensitized to violence. And that's why we go to these movies, is because we're looking for the next thing. We understand the movie formula, how it works. We're looking for you to do it different. And if it has to be gorier, that's going to be in with us now.
But I better not see Janet Jackson's nipple.
Exactly. We are
Oh,
ultra sensitive about our identity, our bodies, and our genders right now. So how dare you even show me that? Right? But show me that guy getting his guts ripped out his ears. I want to see that.
That's right.
You know?
I will say, what's up? Clint Jorgensen is here. How you doing?
Clint's right, by the way. That is a horrific movie.
I've never actually seen it.
It's horror in a different way. I mean, it's not like set up. It's not like a typical horror movie, but it's a pervasive atmosphere and just an uncomfortable movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, all right. So, I'm gonna get to these slides we keep talking about, so we can go through some stuff. What do you say? I got a bunch of stuff. Like I said, we don't have to spend a lot of time on any one or two of them, but there's some of them we're gonna take a little bit of time on and discuss. So, American Horror Story. Did you guys watch it? Anybody watch it? What did y'all think about this? I loved most of Horror Story, and I think I just grabbed this for season 1. I think that is probably the best season for me. I liked a lot of it, and I didn't like a lot of it. What do you guys think? Did you watch it? Pop, you're at the top.
I remember watching it when it came out. I watched probably the first at least couple seasons, and I remember this one. And isn't this the one where you find out that the daughter is dead, right? Like,
yes.
Yeah, and
Spoilers.
Yeah, whatever. It's been out for fucking 10, 12 years. Who gives a shit? I'm sorry. If you haven't seen it, fucking watch it. But
you haven't seen it, but now you don't give a shit. You ain't gonna.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying,
right.
man. If unless you're like 22 years old, it's like if you're 40 years old and you don't remember this coming out. I mean, this was all the rage. Ryan Murphy. Yeah, I think probably the first season I really enjoyed. It was not. I thought they really refined it into season 2. I thought the one in the insane asylum with the Nazi doctor and the, all that. I thought that's where they really kind of refined it. I think what the premise of it was. I thought it was a great start. But yeah, no, I loved this when it came out, man. I look forward to it every week. It was appointment television.
Yeah, you talk about a show. You talk about stuff that pushed the envelope.
Yeah.
This pushed the hell out of the envelope for violence and taboo stuff on TV. Like every season had something in it. So, Crow, did you watch this?
So I did, and it's a weird one for me because I totally pick up everything you guys are laying down about it, and I was the same way. The first couple of seasons, I was intrigued. What I really admired about this is it didn't feel like a horror show or a horror movie so much as a horror play, because every season continually used the same cast, but with completely new roles for these guys. And while I respected that premise, it's the same thing that made it tired for me after season 3 was the repetition of these same people, right? And I guess now they're doing American Horror Stories, which is more individual contained episodes.
It's an anthology series.
There we go. Right.
Yeah.
So it comes up again. I agree too. What made them good was what they were willing to do that made you uncomfortable, and that even bordered on cringe. Like they weaponized cringe well.
Absolutely. Yes.
Well, this photo leaves nothing to the imagination for the gimp nor the woman. I mean, come on. Like, that's a hell of a cod piece if I've ever seen one. Oh, wait, it's not a cod piece. It's inside a suit.
That's right.
Mendoza, you're right, brother. If you guys haven't seen The Terror, that's an epic series. Oh my God, I love that.
Astro, are you there? Did you watch?
I'm here. Sorry, my bad. I was stepping away for a second. I agree with you guys. I like the first season. I think, wasn't there one that was like a summer camp one?
Yeah, that was one of the later ones.
Yes.
I don't remember the name of it. Like
They had the witches, they had the carnival, they had the insane
Roanoke.
asylum, and they had the murder house, right? And then they had the hotel.
I thought the
These
summer
were
camp one was really good, and I thought I saw parts of some seasons. I think the first season and the summer camp one were the only ones I saw all of.
well,
But I thought it was good.
I've watched all of them except the like the newest season, which I'm actually watching it because there for a while I didn't have whatever I didn't have anything with AMC on it, and these series to me they're kind of like Shyamalan movies, right? Like there's one good one and then like two bad ones or a so-so one and then there's another really good one. And I found on these a lot of them I watched like the first couple episodes. I'm like, I don't really like this, but I come back to it later and I found that I really liked it. Like the Coven and Hotel were ones that like I started watching it and I'm like, yeah, I can't get into this, but I gave it another try
Yeah, I
later.
was the same way.
Hotel is probably my second favorite season of this, and it really like the first time I watched the first episode, and I'm not a big Lady Gaga fan, so that was the first time you saw her, and I was like, yeah, I can't do it. And I gave it another try, and I really wound up liking Hotel. And Hotel probably has the most, the character you feel the most empathy or care the most about in this entire series with Liz Taylor. So I dug it. So, just any other thoughts on that one, guys? I'll move to the next
brother,
one.
but I'm actually gonna have to tap out, man. It's I'm at 1:30 over here right now, and I'm starting to get the blinky eyes. But I'm definitely gonna hear the rest of this tomorrow morning, man.
Oh, you're gonna hear the rest of it, all right.
Yeah.
If I have anything to say about that.
But man,
Yeah.
2.5 hours, and it felt like only one, really.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate you joining me tonight, Crow.
I will hit that word. I wish I could ride it out, boys. I really do.
Bye, Crow.
Bye, Jay. It was nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, for real, man. You too. Same.
All right. You guys carry on. I'm listening, but I got to go brush my teeth and do old man stuff.
You're good.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you more.
Bye.
Is he still? Can we talk about him now, or?
Yes, now we can talk shit about him.
That son of a bitch. He stole my damn
Fuck that guy.
and tried to you know, that's cultural appropriation right there. If I ever heard
Canadians, I couldn't even understand what he was saying half the time through his thick Canadian accent.
It's cultural appropriation. So I'm kind of at a loss for thought there. That's why I didn't want to take so long to get into the slides.
I hear you.
So all right, so we run through Horror Story. So got this one. We talked a little bit about that one. I
almost wore my T-shirt for this movie. I have a Slaughtered Lamb T-shirt with the wolf with the sword thing. It's the logo on the Slaughtered Lamb.
I haven't watched this in quite a while because I watched it so many times when I was younger. So I need to go back and rewatch this. I know this is one a lot of people know by heart, but it's been so long since I've given it a rewatch. The damn transformation scene is still one of the best things that's ever been filmed in this movie.
Yeah, I also think it's one that people have fond memories of, but they haven't watched it. Like they've watched some of it, but I think a lot of people have seen clips. I think a lot of people have kind of, halfway watched it. But because it is one of, when I look at movies like this, in early horror movies, early practical effects stuff, not all those movies keep your attention for every 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Like the way it's shot, the dialogue, the audio, maybe. Sometimes these films, especially nowadays, can kind of look old in a way. And I think
Wife
sometimes
Maced
I
has
know,
joined.
yeah, baby. And there's a lot of people though that I think maybe kind of have seen it, but really don't remember it very
Yeah.
Well,
well.
it goes so beyond the normal cliches and tropes of the werewolf movie. I mean, it has all those, but
Right.
it goes way beyond with the nightmare sequences and his dead friend and all the dead people showing up. So there's a lot more going on than just trying to fill an hour and a half of werewolf lore that we've all seen 40 times anyway. So it gets a lot. It gets a lot of points, I guess, with me for being something different
Yeah.
but still familiar.
I
just
was
love
always more of
title.
a Howling guy. Like my mom really liked the Howling, and that was the one we watched more than this. Of course, I
Yeah.
had to leave the room during a lot of it, but
Yeah. But the title alone is like, what? You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah,
just right off the get-go. I just think it, is intriguing just by the title.
yeah.
Do you guys
I
see an
mean,
American Werewolf in Paris?
I have not.
I did not watch that one.
I watched it and it was instantly forgotten. It was
Yeah.
That's what I heard
awful
about it,
stuff.
and that's too
Awful
cool.
CGI when CGI was still sort of in its infancy in
Yeah.
movies.
That's why I didn't watch that one. So what about got a Black Christmas? This is really credited as being one of the first slashers. I mentioned there were a couple before Michael Myers, even though he gets all the glory. This was one of them with Billy. Um, this was a very well done movie, and there's not a lot, or at least back then, there weren't a lot of horror Christmas stories. Have
You
you ever
know
seen this, Pop?
what? So I think I have, but I was getting it confused and I can't remember. Is it a Tales from the Dark Side episode about the deranged Santa Claus that's out
Tales
on the
That's
from the
Tales from the
Crypt.
Crypt. Yep,
Yeah.
that's the first with Larry
Okay.
Drake.
So
Yeah.
yes, so I was getting it confused because I actually just a little while ago was looking up a few, and this Black Christmas, there's two or three versions, there's remakes and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and so I was kind of getting it confused with that, which is I fondly remember that from Tales from the Crypt and being like just such an awesome episode.
Yeah.
But man, I can't say that I remember anything about this movie.
That's,
This is an exceptional movie. You
it
should check
is.
it out.
And I just started laughing because you're talking about that episode, Tales from the Crypt, and I'm just thinking about Jay Astro's story about the dude taking the shit on the side of the road and
Oh
don't pick
shit.
up hitchhikers because they might be escaped mental patients.
Yes, so I heard that. I heard all that. I was listeing when that story and
I
that
don't
whole
know if he was taking a shit. Okay, I
I
can't
know I
prove
made that part up.
that.
I
he
embellished.
was
I
sitting
added
on a bucket.
That was the most likely explanation, but
right,
again, there was nothing likely about that situation to begin with.
right. So all right, I will these are not all classics. They're mostly going to be classic stuff, but I'll bring up one that's a whole different take on a different genre. But that one.
That's a great movie. That is a disturbing fucking movie. But
Extremely brutal. Extremely
yes,
Very.
brutal.
yes.
You think
And talk about sound
yeah.
effects.
Yeah, all the squishing and scrunching in this movie, um, absolutely, you nailed it. Disturbing, like
Uh,
it takes something to disturb me, like we talked about, desensitized. We grew up in the '80s with all the slashers. This movie was the scene was
I didn't see it
disturbing.
coming. I didn't see the whole movie coming. Like it was
Uh,
way more than I anticipated.
I
100%.
read
That's one
I
of those
read
out of left field.
I read the description and I thought Kurt Russell in another Western, and it's kind of sounds like it's got a horror vibe. Well, hell yeah, I'm going to watch it. And I think I watched most of the movie like this.
Best Western since Unforgiven. So what does that tell you? You're like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm in for a standard Western story, a guy that's getting older,
Yeah.
on the run or needs to fight off some bad guys or whatever. No.
Not so
No,
not
no,
so
no, no, no.
much. And Mendoza, like a more visceral, the 13th warrior.
Yeah, dude.
Um,
Right.
and
This is
so
like the exact opposite of movie violence. It totally unglamorizes violence and just
yeah,
makes it ugly and raw. And
it
Yep.
brutalizes
effective.
it.
Yeah, it's effective.
Especially
And
when they're kind of captured, I guess, so to
yeah,
speak. That's just
yeah.
brutal, man.
And that
Whew.
one poor dude. So there's a
Uh-huh.
couple on here that are relatively brutal. I think we got one coming up, but so we get this dude right here,
Yeah.
1992.
I saw that
Um,
at the movie theater with my girlfriend and one of my good friends and his girlfriend, and the power went out in the movie theater. It was Halloween night. It was like
oh wow,
1992 maybe,
two.
and it was it was 1992 Halloween night. We saw it, and the power went out in the theater in the middle of the movie, and it was just like, really, like that's just perfect.
This is a movie that exists solely on the performance of Tony Todd, though. Like the movie's not
Yeah,
really very interesting.
I agree.
His
Yeah,
screen presence and his voice and everything, the way they present him, it's all him. That movie's all him.
Yep, I
and
agree.
one of the nicest guys that I've ever met. I met him. The pictures I showed from the horror and tattoo convention, he was at one of them. I was standing out front, not even in the convention. They had a little beer cart there, where you can go up and get you a tall boy or whatever. Standing there waiting in line to get a beer. Right before it's my turn, I see somebody kind of standing behind me, next to me. Turn around, it's Tony Todd. I said, "Oh man," I was like, "Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you, Mr. Todd. Really enjoy your work." And he was like, "Oh," he's like, "Thank you, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Very nice, soft spoken. I bought him a Heineken, and he thank me, thank you so much, blah blah. Really nice dude. And man, this is one of, like you said, it's not that great of a movie, but he just literally kills it in this movie.
I can't think of anybody that could have done what he did in that movie. I can't think of a single person. I mean, I have lots of other actors I like and think are great, but I can't think of anyone that would have. Again, it's his voice is just
and
the voice alone.
And you're going for the urban, New Orleans kind of the rundown, kind of ghetto. You got to have somebody that can pull that off, and the mythology and everything. And I think he nailed it perfectly. So
He made Cabrini Green seem cool.
yes, he really did.
So
Made you want to live in the green.
yeah. So I'll tell you something weird. I just pulled up because I was going to make a joke about the bees, and I
Not the
googled
bees.
Candyman bee scene, and I've never turned this on. I've never used it. I don't know what is going on. I'm signed into Google. It's blurred out the images, and it has a
Turn
thing
safe
that
search
says,
off.
yes, it says safe search. And I'm like, it's bees. What is, and when you click on it, it says this image may contain explicit content. And I'm like, I've never turned this function on. Like, how
I
do you
usually get that warning for
automatic?
other reasons.
What the hell?
I
Yeah,
think
I
one of
get
the
that.
Chrome updates, it was put
It
in and
had
it was turned
to.
on by default.
It had to, because I'm like, what? And it's like, no, it's just a dude with bees on his face. That just nothing explicit about it.
Yeah,
What are you talking about? Oh my
yeah.
gosh,
The
world.
yeah. I
And
don't know.
Joseph's right. Night of the Living Dead remake. Tony Todd was good in that too. Tony Todd's good in everything. He's never
He
not good.
Yeah.
He's good in just about everything that he's in, and he's not a lot of times in very good movies.
No.
But
You know what I always
he
forget that he's in?
elevates.
It's The Crow. Remember, because he's the henchman in
Yeah.
The Crow.
Yeah.
I always forget that he's in that. And then when I watch The Crow, I'm like, oh yeah, there's Tony Todd. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, he's out of character for what he usually plays in that movie. So yeah, it's easy to forget that he's in there. So then we get to this one. This one's come up a time or two tonight. This is another one that would be in my two that would rotate in and out of my top 5, as you can see.
When I first discovered this movie, I watched it every day for like a month. I was in college and I had never seen it. It was my freshman year of college. We went and rented it, and I was like, all right, let's check this out. I keep hearing about this movie. And yeah, I watched it. I was like, oh my God. And I couldn't get enough of it for a month. I'm sick of it now, but I still have it and I watch it once in a while, but I watched it so many times.
This was another one that like was rumored, when I was a kid. My older brother watched it and talked about it, and I was able to watch this one, but I was not really able to watch it till I was a little bit older. And I just, like, when I saw it the first time, like we talked about with Bone Tomahawk, just the brutalization of it, just like the next slide.
And what's funny about this movie is it's not even that bloody. Like, it's all, so much of it is tone and just atmosphere, but it's not really that bloody. There's not a lot of actual gore. It's
right.
It's tone and intent.
So intense. This movie is just like the whole time you're like, oh shit, what's gonna happen next? And you got you got the family that breaks it up, like his damn brother, who we know later is Chop Top, and the rest of the family. It's just so out there bizarre, and it breaks it up, but they're just so fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And hit that bitch in their face, hit that bitch.
Yeah, hit that bitch. Get her, Grandpa. Get her. You got that fucking tenderizing hammer. Like, ooh.
It's just it just plays on that classic, like, getting lost somewhere and
where you don't belong,
for help, or running out of fucking gas in the middle of nowhere, or whatever it is, right? And then, in your back of your mind, and this movie created that for a lot of people, was like, this fear of being, lost, and then somehow, you end up in the basement of some stranger's house while they're making chili in the freezer.
Mendoza nails it. It leaves you feeling grimy.
Yeah.
To this day, I watched the original, and that's the sentiment. It leaves you feeling grimy, and it is also probably one of the best horror remakes that there are. Not this one that I grabbed this screenshot from, but the 2003 with Jessica Biel.
Yeah, Jessica Biel. Ooh, Jessica's Biel's, man. Holy moly.
Probably.
I think that the prequel to the remake is even better.
I think I remember seeing that too.
And the reason I think that is because it really makes the family, they're still lunatics and weirdos, but it kind of makes them seem like a real family that actually kind of cares about each other to a point for some reason, which I know is not what most people are looking for. But after like 6 movies of Leatherface getting treated like a bitch by his whole family, my favorite scene in that prequel is where one of the army kids that's going into the army or whatever, he calls Arlie Ermy a pussy, and Arlie Ermy's like, "Oh, well, I'm a pussy, huh? Well, my nephew Tommy ain't no pussy. Maybe you want to play with him." And then Leatherface just comes and picks him up and throws him over the shoulder. Like, they treat him with a little bit of respect in that movie, and I like that about that.
I love that too. Both of those movies, man. The acting in them was good. The visuals, everything was good. But Arlie Ermy in both of those, man, like, that dude, he sold it. He was great.
I love it in the other remake too, the 03 one, where he's like, "Oh, check that shit out." He takes his teeth out. Now we got something else in common. After with the bottle.
What you gonna do with your tickets now?
You can have them. Smash.
You know,
just the whole thing with the mask. I mean, you can't go into any haunted house, that you pay for, whatever, without somebody with a chainsaw coming after you. It created a whole cottage industry of,
The chainsaw's not even that good of a way to kill somebody. Like if you tried to kill somebody with a chainsaw, I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I've seen my stepdad use a chainsaw for years, and the chain comes off every 2 seconds. It's like there's no way you wouldn't just break that thing trying to saw through somebody's.
But think about how bad it would be that if that happened though in the middle of the act and then having to figure out how to fix it, right? And you've got somebody sitting there going, and the chain comes off, and then you gotta get it out and put it back on and finish the job. It's awful.
Well,
it'd be very nerve-wracking, yes.
I'll tell you how you will do it. Real simple.
Oh.
If you run a chainsaw very much, you have a flat tip screwdriver somewhere nearby, and you're going to use that because that's what you need when that damn chain comes off.
I thought you were talking about just sticking it in your victim.
Well, to finish that job, I'm an expert at jumping the chain off of a chainsaw. So I used to anger my dad quite a bit when I worked with him, and I was the saw man. So that one of my favorites. So then we got this guy, actually he's not even the OG doll, but he's the most famous doll. So
yeah, definitely. And I was one that never really got into the Child's Play movies personally. I don't remember when the first one came out.
88, I think.
Okay, yeah, 88. So for whatever reason, not on purpose, but I just never really got into those movies. And I don't really know why. Hellraiser is the same way. I just never got into the Hellraiser movie.
It's actually one I forgot to grab a screenshot of. There's so many of them. I just think of them.
Yeah, there's a million. Yeah, but
they both have high points as for franchises, but they're both really mixed bags.
Right.
Like Child's Play movies, there's probably 3 of them that I think are fantastic, and the rest of them I don't care about. And Hellraiser's probably got 2 that I think are great, or maybe 3.
I'm sure the original, this one.
Yeah, see, that's what I was going to say. I really, really like the first 2 or the first movie of both of those, first Child's Play and the first Hellraiser. Hellraiser 2 is pretty good too, but after that it goes to shit. But after Child's Play, after the first one, second one, okay, but they just started getting more and more cheesy and campy and kind of followed suit with like what Nightmare did and what Jason kind of did after 2-3 movies. They just kind of jumped the shark and, but Killer Dolls, like the only one I really feel sold on Chucky is the first one.
Yeah, I think the first 2 are fantastic, and I think after that they became way too self-referential, and the third one's awful.
Cut out a little bit.
Oh, sorry, the third one.
Oh, there you are.
The third one's terrible.
You also get to where like it just becomes like super goofy, right? Like the character of Chucky itself kind of morphs into something different. Then you get Bride of Chucky, you start getting into like, stuff like that. And it becomes a caricature of itself, a parody of itself in a way.
When it started getting up into those, even Jennifer Tilly was not enough to keep me interested in the Chuckies.
In fact, I think the later ones focused too much on her, to be honest with you.
They did.
I kind of got tired. I kind of got tired of that.
Yeah, Chucky was kind of tiresome, and they were going selling it with her sex appeal, her voice, of course. So, so we got that one. So next one is one that I know that's near and dear to your heart, Jay Astro, and
yeah,
boy. Remember that talking about cable earlier and early cable TV. This was one of those ones that I saw on cable television multiple times and on VHS. I love this one.
Yeah, I couldn't find this movie for a long time streaming, and I finally wound up buying one of those DVDs that's got like three movies
Yeah.
on it, and I
Yeah.
bought it just because it had Christine, and I couldn't find it anywhere. I love this movie.
Yep. That's a great one.
One of my favorite things about Kristen, my overall favorite thing is like, I mean, the book is way more involved, so the movie kind of only gives you about a third of the story, but
Right.
the book is way more involved. And in the book, it kind of goes over sort of the concept of Christine is sort of a thing out of time, right? And her odometer runs backwards, and it's not because it just runs backwards, but it's actually undoing time every time the odometer runs backwards. So that's how the car can fix itself. And it goes back to the time when it was new and all this ghost stuff that you don't really get in the movie. But when you've read the book, you kind of just fill in the blanks in the movie for yourself, you know. So it's one of those things I think they really complement each other. But the movie has, I mean, it's got John Carpenter's score and it's got the old 50s soundtrack because that's all her radio will play. And it's all this thing again that she's this thing out of time, and I could go on for hours about it. So I'll stop.
Yeah. I love it. So let's welcome Wraith Mace to
There he
join.
is.
How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? What's going on? Happy Halloween.
What's up,
Happy
buddy?
Halloween, man.
Happy Halloween, Race.
How's
Uh,
everything going?
It's going good. I mean, other than it officially being over, but it's still in our hearts. So,
Oh, yeah, it's been for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not looking
Um,
forward to this weekend to take down the Halloween decorations.
Oh, wow.
Fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now it's Day of the Dead, so it's kind of like
That's
Halloween.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, the weekend Halloween continues all the way through the weekend after Halloween, no matter what day it is. So that's my calendar.
Yep. So Wraith Mace, you've been following along with us. So Christine, you enjoy Christine?
Yeah, did you guys remember the car movie? I think it was called Wraith.
The
Yes.
Wraith?
So Heath, yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Is that where your name? Is that your name? Is that where you come? where your name
no.
comes from?
My name comes from when I played paintball. I was on a team, and everybody had a nickname, and you weren't able to give each other your own nickname. Someone else had to give it to you. So we had funky nicknames. Some dude was named Hot Dog Face and like all this other weird shit. And so like if you look at any of my paintball pictures, we would play MagFed and we would go out there and it's more real. I guess it's more realistic, but essentially we're running out there being like, we're dressing up like G.I. Joes. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would wear like all black and I'd have this hood on and everything. And one day one of my teammates was watching me walk through the wooded area, and I was standing up on top. Anyway, he turns to me after the game. He's like, dude, you guys see these pictures? He's like, you look like one of the ring wraiths from Lord of the Rings when they were walking on the road. And I was like, oh, and he's like, that's it. Your name is Wraith. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then Mace came from because you couldn't get Wraith on YouTube. So I was like, well, what the hell sounds okay? And I'm kicking myself now because it should have been Wraith Hammer, because all of my stuff that I enjoy is Warhammer. So it would have fit, but yeah, that's right.
Oh well.
So
It gets the point across, though, I think.
Mm-hmm.
real quick, I want to read off the cast list from the Wraith movie. Okay. Charlie Sheen,
Wow.
Randy Quaid,
Wow.
Clint
Every day was
Howard.
Rughead. He plays a character called Rughead.
Yes. David Sherrill, Matthew Berry. I remember Matthew Berry. Let's see who else is in here. I was trying to see if there's anybody else that was famous. Just the Randy Quaid in particular. I was like, holy!
It was the
crap.
sheriff.
Yeah.
Sherilyn Fenn's really hot in that movie.
And you know what his
Yes.
name is in the movie? Loomis.
Yeah. Sheriff Loomis.
I don't remember Sherilyn Fenn though. I don't remember.
She's the main
her.
girl.
Yeah.
She
she's
is,
the
but I don't
love interest.
I don't really remember her
Smoking
being, but holy crap. Of course it's who did I'm trying to remember who it was that did that movie.
That's a staple of 80s late night cable
It
right there.
so
You're talking
is.
about
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I definitely, 100%.
So here we go with another one from Christine. I can hear this picture as soon as we see this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I love this. Pop Blender was mentioning this movie being on TV all the time. From those days, this is what made me remember it. Was he runs through the gas station, blows up,
Yeah.
and she's chasing him down the street on fire. And that soundtrack from this, I just absolutely love it. And they're doing Blumhouse is doing a remake. It's I think in production
they?
right now. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know how I feel about it. I have hope for it, but they're hit or miss with their stuff. So
I don't have hope for it. I wish I did, but I just, man, I don't know.
I did
This
till
is
I
one of
saw
those where I say,
Halloween.
oh, go ahead. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. I was gonna say I had a faith in them until I watched Halloween Ends.
I like
Yeah.
Halloween.
Oh,
It's okay. I don't think it's that
Jesus.
bad. It's got problems. It's got problems, but
It's got a lot of problems.
Most of the runtime are the problems.
come on, you guys aren't Corey fans? You guys aren't Team Corey?
Nobody is Team Corey, other than maybe you. It sounds like. So,
You know what? I don't deny it that I like Corey. Okay.
here's another good one.
Oh, this is a 10 out of 10 right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Creep show.
You want to?
This is the greatest anthology, probably. To be honest with you, you guys are
Right.
talking about anthologies, or this is the one.
Probably, if you want to pull up cast and look at a cast for a show, pretty much everybody that was anybody in 70s and early 80s, especially horror, is in this movie or had something to do with it.
Tom Savini, and he did probably a bunch of the effects and was in it also. But yeah, you got a ton of
the segment they creep up on you with the roaches. That still is one of the hardest things for me.
The Stephen King one. The Stephen King one. I love that one. I love that one. That yes, love it.
Jordy Verrill, you lunkhead.
Can you imagine though, too, that happening to your body like that? And taking over and just
You know what he looks like at the end?
Yes,
Moss Man.
yes.
He looks like that ghillie suit on the G.I. Joe classified sniper.
Yeah, he turns into Moss Man.
Yeah.
Frank Dumont, what's up, buddy?
Oh, hey. What is going on?
Menjosa knows all these by heart. Just call her Billy. Everybody does. So, man, this is one that I could watch just about any time. There he is.
Yep. Adrienne Barbeau, man.
I met her too at one of those cons.
She was in so
she's
much.
really
The
nice.
Fog,
Oh,
too,
yeah. Play Misty for me. God, she was in she been in everything. Swamp Thing. She was in that HBO show that I like so much that we never got to see the end of, Carnival. She's in it.
Yeah.
So
She's in the Cannonball Run too.
Yeah,
Cannonball Run. Damn,
so
I love those movies.
I like all the segments of Creep Show, but I think that one and
I got my cake.
Mm-hmm. Cordelia, you bitch, where's my cake?
Yes.
So this one that I could watch a lot of. I could watch this one on repeat. I threw this in. This was one of Crow's. This is the Dawn of the Dead remake of Ving Rhames.
That was actually really good.
This is probably the second best reboot remake to me.
Very strong. What's the first best?
The 03 Texas Chainsaw.
Is it? You know what another one up there is, not to take away from this one, but just to throw it in there, is the 1999 House on Haunted Hill.
Oh, yeah, man.
Oh, it in the theater. Crap. I did enjoy it. It was good, but I like the original better. but it was a good remake. But I don't, in my opinion,
To me, a
it's
great remake has to update the concept and bring it into the new, like add stuff to it, but keep the spirit of the original one. And then I thought House on Haunted Hill did the best job of that. But this one, this Dawn of the Dead '04, does a really good job of it too. Like I remember when we saw this one in the theater, just that scene like right at the beginning when everything's kind of starting to pop off and like it's got the aerial view of the one car getting like smashed by the ambulance and stuff as everybody's freaking out and panicking.
the
Just
little
that.
girl breaking
Yeah, like
in.
instantly got people into that movie and it was
Yeah,
just
it
full
was.
speed ahead, like right
Yeah,
away,
it
not a
was.
dull moment.
It was 0 to 100 in the first 5 minutes of that movie.
You know,
For
with
real.
the zombie movies, I think that I'm desensitized and I want to see like when the zombie infestation first happens because on Walking Dead, we were so long on the aftermath of what happened. You didn't actually get to see so much of when it first started. And that's what interests me the most on the zombie movies is see when it first happens, where people like their lives changed and stuff like that. I think that that's pretty cool.
And by the time they got to Fear the Walking Dead, nobody gave a fuck anymore.
Oh my god. Yeah.
No.
Did they come out with
tried.
they came out with tons. That's what actually Pop, that's what you should do. You should do a video series on from Walking Dead on the seasons and then into like the shows that they came like was it Daryl in Paris or something? Like how did he get
Yeah,
to Paris?
that's the new one, Daryl Dixon. Oh, you have to watch to find out, and they're going
Oh
to
my
tell you in
god.
season 3 after they
That was
talk
Yeah.
about it for 20
Yeah.
episodes. Of
Yep.
no, I can't even get into fucking Walking Dead. So we got I didn't Walking Dead's not even on here. We got Russell, that dude, the asshole that turns into a hero that saves them
Yep.
all. So
I like the
then
guy in this movie who was the real dickhead that had the boat. I like that
oh
guy.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
was
It
it
was a Liev Schreiber, wasn't it? Wasn't it Liev
No,
Schreiber?
it's some other actor that he's in a lot of stuff now
father
too.
from one of those the sitcom that was really popular for a while, right? Wasn't he? With
No, I can't. I don't know his name,
Modern
but it, like
Family.
might be. I don't
Yeah.
watch a lot of.
I think so.
Yes, I think
He's
you're
in
right.
some show now too, like right now going on, and he. This was like the first movie I saw him, and then he just was in everything for like
Yeah.
years.
So
After.
yeah, he was the one that had the boat and was wound up with the one hot chick.
Yeah, he's banging the one chick during like the
Yeah.
montage. He was showing like how they all fill their time in the mall while they're just kind of
Yeah.
waiting it out. He just kept cutting to him banging the chick in the
Yep.
mall.
So we can't leave out all of the classics.
Sure.
Come here.
You know, to go back to the Universal days. I didn't throw a lot of these in there just because like they're the roots. It is kind of hard to go back and watch some of these. Not hard, but they're good, but they're kind of boring now.
They're from a different era, and they're all atmosphere. There's not really the dialogue is like you get bored just sitting and watch it. There's nothing really scary about them. They're all just a mood now.
It's the ones with Vincent Price's voice and him as the one of the actors that keep me still intrigued in the movie.
Yeah. Anything he's in, man. I could listen to Vincent Price read the alphabet, man. So, but I just wanted to throw that in. This was one of Crow's. We talked about E.T. a little while and how it's really a horror movie because he's terrifying.
I mean, if you watch it from a certain point of view, rather than from the way they take you on the journey in the film, but you watch it from a different point of view, it can be a very dark and strange movie.
Yeah.
It just is how you actually take it in, you know, and most people are going to take it in the way they lay the breadcrumbs out for you or the Reese's Pieces, so to speak. Yeah. But from another angle, it can be a very creepy alien story.
Well, the next slide that he had sent me for it is a very creepy alien story, and I think Disney is making this into a new series.
Yay!
Isn't that from the new
Disney.
Star Wars right there? Yeah.
That's Sebulba.
No, wait a minute. I recognize they're making a young Princess Leia show in her
Hey, wasn't that
teen
guy on your
years.
stream last night?
Right. That's right. And then we got the classic
Classic.
with them trick or treating.
Yoda. I mean,
Yeah.
just watching this. So I remember going to the movie theater and seeing this at the movies in 1982. But what I really remember about that in particular is this dude up the street had a birthday party in 1982, and it was in the summer, and we had our choice of like 3 movies. We could see E.T., we could see Superman 2, I believe it was, maybe 3, 2, I can't remember. I think Raiders of the Lost Ark may have been out, and Annie. And this 10-year-old boy chose for the group to go see Annie. And that was a wonderful excursion.
That kid get his ass beat later on.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Y'all shot that kid. didn't
There
you?
was a giant a huge thunderstorm that rolled through and knocked the power out in the movie theater. It's like the second time in my life the power went out in a movie theater. I was like 7 years old. 6
So
years
that
old.
seems to happen a lot to you, yeah.
Dude, no, I'm not kidding. It's like it did though. When this movie came out, but we went
Maybe
to
it's
see
planned
Annie
trip
and
break.
thunderstorming at Cinema South movie theater, and in the middle of Annie. And I was really honestly never so happy than I was in that moment in my young life.
Except for you knew the power was going to come back on.
Yeah, I
finished it,
know.
so,
It was awful.
So I'm going to pull the next slide, and I am actually going to get out of my wig. Menjoza thing from another world was scary for the old monster movies. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull the next slide because I know this is one that probably Jay Astro and Wraith probably are familiar with for sure. You probably are too. This is one of my favorite movies to watch when I go to sleep. If I need to go to sleep to a horror movie, not that one. That one.
Oh, there you go.
Oh God, Event Horizon. I was actually gonna say that's one of my favorite movies.
I loved Event Horizon. It
Hear it back.
has terrible reviews, but I actually really enjoyed this movie for what it was. It's a shame it got chopped all to hell to get the rating down. You
It
know,
had a lot of cool visuals, and I always used to watch this on like a double bill with Hellraiser 4 because that
Okay.
was also in space, and they were very similarly themed. But yeah, this movie's got the ship just looks cool. You know, like
the thing in the thing in the you know, when you get to where the spinning fucking
the core of the ball with all the
yeah,
rings. Yeah.
yes. Oh my gosh.
So
Yeah, like I don't love it, but I do like it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna give you guys some. So this was voted the closest to Warhammer that any movie has ever been. Warhammer 40K.
Really?
The reason why is because there's a lot of different segments in Warhammer, but in 40K. But one of the biggest things is, you know how each of the sci-fi universes has, space travel, right? Star Trek has the warp engines they go to, and then what does Star Wars have? The whatever
Light speed.
yeah, light speed.
Yeah.
So Warhammer, what their universe is, they figured out that if they figured out that there's actually a hell and it's a alternate reality next to ours, right? So what they essentially call it is the warp, okay? And what they do is they figured out how to tap into the warp and to take their ships into it, and then they exit out a short distance, and it's like trillions of miles over the course of the universe, right? So that's how they go through travel. So in Event Horizon, when the ship went into hell, essentially they were finding out the travel that Warhammer found to go into hell, to jump to one point, and then you're much farther along when you come out and then same thing in Warhammer. When you go into the warp, you're attacked by demons. So in Event Horizon, they went into their version of the warp hell, and they opened themselves up to all these demons. So essentially, if you talk to any Warhammer fan, 40K fan, and you talk about Event Horizon, they're going to say the exact same thing I'm saying to you guys.
That's funny.
But this is a really good movie.
I would have never made that connection.
Yeah. Yep.
I did like in Event Horizon where he's explaining how their travel works, though, like how the ship works. And it's like you just fold space. So you use a piece of paper just so it sticks the pencil through it. It's like you just created. What's the shortest distance between 2 points is to put them right on top of each other.
Yeah. I love that. The images. I mean, the thing of it is that, and here's the real shame of this movie. So you know how a lot of times you can get a director's cut, right? And you can get all the stuff that you didn't get to see the way it was meant to be shown. Well, unfortunately, all of that film and footage is lost. It's all gone. There will never be a cut that gives you what they originally intended. It's just not possible. And that's a shame because, it was going to get an X rating. They had to trim it out. And but there was a lot more footage that really explained and helped, sort out a lot of what was going on to the audience. And without that footage, and some of it very graphic, without that footage, this movie really got chopped up a lot. And so much so that for most audiences that went to go see it, it was kind of convoluted, and they couldn't piece it quite together, and then in the editing it just kind of goofy a little bit. But
there's a whole bit on the Blu-ray too where they're talking to one of the special effects guys, just showing all these different things they did, and like one really elaborate dental prosthetic, which is for a sequence where somebody gets their tooth like chipped out with like a pickaxe. And it was all done in that big sequence where they're showing like the video stuff of what happened when they were in hell.
Yeah.
And all that stuff is edited down to like 20 seconds and you barely see any of it. And they spent like $20,000 making this dental prosthetic that's on screen for less than a second. Yeah. And stuff like that's like, how wasteful, and why not keep that footage and put, even if you can't release it theatrically. And I mean, maybe Blu-ray wasn't a big thing or DVD wasn't a big thing yet when this movie came out. Like it was just really at its infancy where they had special features or uncut versions, but still such a waste.
From what I understand, I was trying to remember, like something happened to the actual footage, like the actual, I don't know if it was ruined where they had stored it or something like that.
Yeah, I don't remember what happened, but the whole
Transylvanian salt mine. It was the lost footage from Event Horizon. Now this is very common that they would send movies to these salt mines because of the preservation ability, and but it said that it was sent to a Transylvanian salt mine and deteriorated forever, preventing a director's cut. So I remember it. It something about the way that they will like preserve film or something like that. But it was sent to a freaking salt mine. And
we'll just remake it.
They'll fuck it up if they do it.
It wouldn't
be PG-13.
Yeah, all the demons will be in goddamn dresses or something.
So it's Paul W.S. Anderson, which he's done some great stuff, right? He's had some hits or misses. But it said that since VHS left no room for deleted footage, the studio had no reason to keep all the additional deleted scenes. This is right before DVDs took over. And so the unused footage was sent to a Transylvanian salt mine for storage because salt mines offer ideal conditions for film preservation. And by the time he was able to try to get his hands on it, evidently the stored footage had deteriorated and became unusable. So there's just no way to make that director's cut.
That sucks.
So don't store your films in a Transylvanian salt mine.
Yeah, hello, right?
I mean, that's not really the first thing that would come to mind, but then again, I would also probably want to put them on a portable hard drive that'll just click. So,
Oh yeah, like your picture of your fake ghost in the mirror.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I wish I had it to show it to you.
I have
Never
one of
seen it.
those hard drives as well. I have two of them actually, but I know that feeling when you plug it in and it just goes.
Yep. And Menjoza had said Sam Neill horror icon about Sam Neill in the last one, so he absolutely Mouth of Madness. So
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that.
and I liked it. So Loves Mules, my aunt somehow talked my mom into seeing The Exorcist when it came out. A storm blew in and the power went out during the movie. My mom was done after that.
I believe that because
Yeah,
my
that's-
You
mom
guys
only
have more
watches.
storms and theater power outages than anybody I've ever heard of.
It runs in the family, J.
Yeah.
Astro, and now
Curse. It's the family curse.
all my mom watches now is Hallmark Movie Channel and Hallmark Channel.
Yep. So we got Frankenstein here, another classic. Just had to throw it in. Got Dr. Frankenstein and the creature here.
Yeah,
This one actually is like Ghost of Frankenstein.
Yeah, it's not the original.
Because Karloff is the doctor in this one, and that's Glenn Strange is the monster in that one. So that's a later one. Yeah.
I just grabbed Frankenstein's monster, and this one popped
Doctor
up.
Strange.
Doctor Strange Love. So another classic. So now we get on to this one here. Talked about it quite a bit already, and then just kind of run through the different ones. So
That's
this
that
scene-
scene at the end. That funky little boy.
what boy?
Look at his
Yeah.
freaking
We didn't find any boy.
mongoloid
We didn't find any boy,
head.
man.
Then he's still out there.
Look at mongoloid, dude. Look at that. That's
The guy who plays him is a guy named Ari Lehman, who goes around to conventions now and bills himself as like the first Jason. It's like, not really.
I was at
really?
one of the
Historical.
one of those the conventions I've talked about. He was there, and so was Kane Hodder. It was awkward. Kane Hodder is a fucking trip, dude. I've got somewhere on that same hard drive is a picture of him choking me out with his hands. So
maybe that picture needs to stay lost to time.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
it's a pecker mouth.
The caption for that picture is 3 stars, like harder. And Kane's like, what? What?
Choke me, daddy.
Choke me, daddy, harder.
So this is still even though it's coming, this is still a great jump scare.
It sets up the next movie in a way, right? They didn't, I don't think, intended it for that way, but it's like, oh well, it's not over.
They may
I'd like to point out that she is my least favorite final girl of any movie ever, and
boring.
I don't know why I can't stand Alice. She's boring. She wears like these ugly jumpers and stuff, and she's just unattractive and unappealing, and she's not interesting in any way. She's really the worst final girl. Yeah, no, there's nothing interesting about her.
No. Oh, there we go. There's part 2. Baghead.
We had Baghead Jason at Target the other day over in the collector's section. I was
really?
I saw
they had like 14 of them. They had a ton of them.
And they will never go on clearance.
Yeah, Target's had the same shit there for like 3 years. It's still all $35.
Oh yeah, just like their Tiger Force Dusty.
I saw 4 of them today. I went in a different Target today. I actually found the Marine Sniper, and I almost bought her because of the 25% off thing that Pop swears doesn't exist. There's a sign on the fucking toy aisle that says it.
There is.
It's on the page when you click on it, but I didn't even I was like, whatever. I didn't even look at it, man.
We actually sold all of our Tiger Force 2-packs. Like those all finally are gone, but they still have a ton of those the 60th diver and infantry guys. And I'm like, if you put those on clearance, I'd buy a couple.
Now I would have got if they'd have had the Halo dude, I'd have got that one. And I didn't. I didn't buy the sniper. I was like, you know what? Like maybe
You
another
pretty
time.
got shooter. You don't need another female sniper. You've got shooter.
Yeah. So all right, back to horror stuff. So
There it
who's
is.
our Jason? This was this 6 or 7?
That's from 7.
That's what I
The
was
New
thinking.
Blood.
After he's
I used to have
and it-
a very similar shot of this on like a full size poster that I got at Spencer Gifts hanging in my bedroom when I was like 11 years old.
Yeah. So this one was I always liked the look of him without the mask because for so long you wanted to see it, and at the end of 4 you get a little glimpse, and they kind of, the latter movies they kind of show it off a little bit more. So I threw that in there, and then threw this one in there for you, Jay. This is right out of 6, where he comes back and lightning bolt brings him back when Tommy goes to make sure he's dead, and
I mean, he's
doesn't
just
get
standing there at that beginning holding that fence post like that and just, so badass. Such a
Hey,
badass.
so when they do they show like a flashback of him coming out of the water again, like in one of the later
in
movies.
2. They showed the end of 1 in 2.
Right, but then like he looks completely different. Like
From 2 to 3 to 4, he changes like 180 degrees, like totally different looks.
So whenever you want to, if you don't want to, it doesn't matter. But I just found this right here, and I think it's so goofy because this picture looks so ridiculous.
Oh God.
Boom.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. It's like, wait a minute, that's not the same. That's not the same boy.
Oh, boy.
What is that?
Yeah, their continuity wasn't a real big concern.
No, not huge.
Considering that in the second one he has a full head of hair on one side at least, like he's kind of like half bald, but then like the other side is hair all the way down to his ass practically.
I never could
And then he's
figure out
back.
how he grew. He's dead.
I can't even.
How does he grow into an adult?
Well, how did he find out where Alice was in the beginning of the second one, where he's just walking around in town? Because they hadn't decided on any plan for any of this yet. It just kind of.
All right. Yeah, look,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
true.
remove this now, but I go ahead and put this on the slide back. I couldn't help it, man. I was like, what in the world?
That was good. So we'll go from Friday to next classic. So
Yeah,
in Halloween, we've talked
Love it.
about it
Love it,
already.
love it.
That's my jam. That's the
Yep.
one that I really, really like. You get this classic shot here.
Our most quoted line among me and my friends on this movie is when there's like when Loomis has talked about him driving a car, and the doctor's like, he wouldn't even be able to drive a car. And he says, he was doing very well last night.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see.
Somebody taught him to drive at that hospital.
Yep. Maybe they had driver's ed in there. So who knows?
Driver's dead.
Driver's
And
ed.
Joseph brought up Wishmaster too. That's my favorite of the Wishmaster.
I do not remember. I've seen them, but I've
That's
seen
one where he
all
goes-
of, what, 3? I've seen them all.
They
but I don't
weren't
remember.
There's four.
on
Four.
my list. back
There's
then.
4, but Wishmaster goes to prison in the second one, and he makes like all these deals with all the prisoners and steals all their souls. It's a pretty cool movie. It's kind of
See in
fun.
somebody's pocket in the second movie.
I got a wish for you, big boy. So I had to throw this in from the beginning of Halloween Kills. I love this shot, man, where he comes out of the house, where he's got the
Mhm.
EMS tool, and that just the music, man, is such a
He used to like clapping in his hand, getting ready to fight all the firefighters.
Yep. And he fucking, like, I don't wish any ill will on any kind of emergency service people at all, but this motherfucker takes out like a dozen firefighters like they are nothing, and he's just, you see him just beating the shit out of the helmets and cracking. You see the scene with the cracked fucking visor, man, and from
He's got the saw, the circular saw that he pushes down. That's pretty rough, man.
Yeah, the dude goes to
Nobody
hit
wants to
him,
go
and he
that
just
way.
just grabs it and turns it around on him and pulls a bone tomahawk.
Can we talk about something about the Halloween movies for a second? I don't want to get us too far track here, but the new ones, the new Halloween movies. So Laurie Strode has spent 40 years, right, waiting for him to possibly escape someday so she could kill him once and for all, right? We all agree on that. 40 years, and she turned her house into this big trap with all these little gimmicks and stuff. But yet, at the end of the movie, knowing how wily he is and knowing that it's very difficult to kill Michael Myers, she just leaves him in a burning house and just goes away as if, oh, problem solved. Doesn't ever actually bother to verify that he's dead. She had him right there. She could have just shot him several times. But I don't know. That's the one thing that bothers me more than Corey or more than anything that anybody doesn't like about any of the new Halloween movies is her extreme lapse in logic.
Yes.
And she even knows that that panel's in their wall because she built the house, right? So she knows that there's a place he could hide from the fire.
Yeah, like she should have. That is the part. That was the part that got me in Kills more than her leaving and not making sure the house collapses into a smoldering pit of lava and fried psycho. Was that there was a whole ass section that he could have hid in while this raging house fire is going on around him. It only melted the mask a little bit. You're talking about 40-year-old latex. That mask would rip just by touching it. And it's just a little bit scorched when he comes out of that little crawl space. That part bothered me more than her hopping in a truck and running off.
Yeah,
about it.
I can see that. I can see that too. I mean, I actually love all three of those movies. I agree on issues with the third one, but I love all three of them. That is the one thing I can never get past. I'm like, you wouldn't wait 40 years and ruin your whole life and relationship with your family and all this to just leave him in the basement and and when you know he's standing there alive and to not assume that he's going to get away.
Yeah. Absolutely. Mendoza, kind of like the two cowboy-hatted men there to break Michael out. It was just the one. It was in it was the end of 5, beginning of 6, which was really the best part of both of those two movies. Was them busting him out of jail with dynamite, or him busting him out of jail with dynamite. I like that part too.
I thought that was really upsetting when I was a kid. I was like, "What? Somebody's helping Michael Myers? That's not fair. He doesn't need help."
Yeah, the end of 5, and you're like, who does this dude even know that would get him out of jail? He's killed everybody he knows. Had to throw this in there, nod to the Rob Zombie remake. I liked it. I have to look at it the same way I look at G.I. Joe the movie. It takes place in an alternate universe with an alternate backstory for him. We didn't need a backstory for him, but I like the one that they give him. I
like Rob Zombie's movies, actually, like the ones that are his, like Devil's Rejects, House Without Corpses, even 3 from Hell was okay. I don't like it when he applies that aesthetic to something I grew up with or am familiar with on my own.
I can totally see that. And this was a polarizing movie. Not everybody was in on it, but I did. Now I hated the second one. I hated his sequel to this movie, and that is because he made his wife and her horrible acting the star of that movie. She is the worst fucking actress that has ever said a line. She was good in House of 1,000 Corpses and Devil's Rejects. She was horrible in 3 from Hell because he made her the star.
Well,
same as he did in
one role. She could do
one
role.
Crazy, high-pitched, sexy chick.
I mean, if that's all you got, then I guess you better use what you got.
But it's not enough to carry it.
I thought his take on Michael was good. I mean, I like that Michael was big and was brutal and all that.
Yeah,
I like that part of it, but I didn't like the kid stuff, the backstories, like the girl. I didn't need any of that. I didn't need all the white trash.
Nope.
Family history.
Nope. Nope, don't need none of that shit.
Michael doesn't need an explanation.
No,
Michael Myers is way more effective as just being what it is, and you fill in the blanks yourself, or don't even worry about it.
The
He
explanation
is what he
is
is.
the first person view through, and then putting on the clown mask and the sister, and that's all you need, right? That's it. You don't need to know all the backstory and the family history and who's mental problems and dad's a loser and all of that. You don't need none of that shit.
I didn't need it, but I liked the way that they handled it. So let's put it. I didn't mean to go ahead and skip ahead to this one, but since we're here, I
never saw this one. Hereditary.
Never saw it. It's different. We talked about a lot of the more modern horror being all the same and watered down. This movie's different, and I don't love it as much as a lot of people do, but it's not bad, but it's very strange. And this, anybody that's seen it, I'll just show that what happens to that poor annoying chick right there kind of sets the tone for the whole movie. Anybody else weigh in on it? Wraith, Pop, have you guys seen it?
So hang on. I want to make sure that I have the plot of this correct. If this is what I remember watching. Is this the one where they're in the car and the little girl
I saw the clip actually. I didn't see this whole movie, but I did see that clip, so I know what happens.
I did see this movie. That's right, and I remember. Yep. I actually did like this. I had to remember exactly what I was like. Okay, what exactly was the premise? Yes, I do remember watching this. I liked it. There's some trauma there, in the family and dealing with grief and stuff like that. And I did actually really like this movie quite a bit actually when I saw it.
Wraith, have you seen it?
I didn't see Hereditary.
No. Okay. Check it out and you get time. You want to watch a modern, different horror movie. It's like Pop said, probably one of the best movies dealing with loss and grief and it just going off the rails. And then there's some supernatural stuff there.
Thought you were going to say like postpartum depression or something.
Well, I mean, a few years removed from it, yes. So I do recommend giving it a watch. It's probably not for everybody, but I liked it. So
I want to say I think I watched a little bit of it. For some reason, something like I don't know, something I remember from this, especially the actress.
Yeah, she's hard. She's kind of hard to forget, and she does a good job. Her character was exactly what she was meant to be. Like she's innocent and kind of gets a bum deal, and it sets the tone for the whole rest of the movie. So I do recommend giving it a shot. Mendoza said, I liked how Loomis described him in the OG movies, talking about Michael Myers. Yes. I spent 15 years trying to reach him or 10 years trying to reach him and another 10 trying to keep him locked up or whatever. Perfect description of Michael. So let's talk about probably the best Saw ripoff we've ever gotten.
I remember this, and I remember being like, I will never stay somewhere like that. I'm not going to Eastern Europe or any freaking weird ass place where I stay in some dimly lit place where there's other people sleeping in a cot. I was like, to hell with all of that.
I don't care how hot.
No, he's sleeping in a cot. Some from Eastern European.
Hell no.
I don't care how hot
those Western.
Those European chicks are. I don't care. I ain't staying there.
Nope.
Well, Eli Roth, we were talking about movies that have shied away from exploiting female nudity and stuff, and Eli Roth is the exception to that. He's not afraid. He went hard on this one.
There's
a lot of
literally
that has whatever the hell that thing on the cover, any cover for poster for the movie that has that thing on the front, I'm out of that shit.
This was a great movie to see in the theater, though. Like all the gross out moments and all it's like so many people were into. Like if you saw this in opening weekend with a bunch of fucking high school kids and stuff,
Right.
it was awesome because everybody was just into it and it got the reactions it was supposed to get. Yeah.
Now I did not see it in the theater. I saw it as soon as it come out, and I bought it because I'd heard so much about it. I bought it without seeing it, and I actually showed this. I used to have a big Halloween party, and it really started as just a movie marathon night. And this is one I always showed. I had DVDs going upstairs and downstairs because we could smoke in my basement, so people are going to wind up down there. I got a big ass 36-inch tube TV and a VCR down there, so I'd show all the classics down there and all the modern shit upstairs. And I showed this movie, and there were a couple people that have never seen it. And there's this lady that I used to work with, and she's an older lady, and we were always cool, but she was like, I mean, she'd tell it how it was. She was funny, but she was probably in her 60s then, and she come to my Halloween party. She always come dressed as a witch, and we sat there and watched this movie, and she's like, "Oh my God, this was in the movie theater." She's like, "Oh my God." I was like, "Yep, it sure was, Edna." So, all I really got to say, I like Hostel, but I feel like when Saw come out, horror went from atmosphere and even slasher stuff and suspense, and they replaced it all with gore. This was around the time that I quit going to haunted houses at Halloween, actor haunted houses, because after Saw come out, they switched from hiring actors and they put all the money in props and fake blood and fake body parts and shit. And it was just all scene setting, which is great. But if I go to a haunted house, I want somebody to jump out and scare me. And Hostel just really kind of took the reins and ran with the gore, like Jay Astro was saying. And I liked it. I even liked the second one a little bit, but it just, it changed horror even more. And there for a few years, everything was just a knockoff of Saw and Hostel. That's all I really ever felt Hostel was how can we up the gore in Saw and throw some titties in there?
Yeah, the torture stuff, I mean,
It's hard to watch.
Yeah, it is.
The blowtorch scene, dude.
Yeah,
it is scary though when you watch it. There's I don't want to say social commentary or anything, but just kind of like a view of the world where it's like these rich American kids are used to being kind of catered to a point, right? And then you find yourself in this filthy fucking warehouse surrounded by all these Euro thugs.
Yeah,
and it's like nobody's going to help you. They all want to fucking kill you just for money. Yeah. And so that part is actually what's more scary than any of the violence or any of that stuff, is the fact that you're in a place where you're surrounded by human beings that don't view you as a human being. And that's really kind of where the scary part comes in. It's more of a thought experiment than anything.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's all the gore is window dressing for that. I just wonder if most people or some people like don't even get that message out of it. But Pop,
I'm sure a lot of people
nasty.
A lot of people never got past them snipping her eyeball off, when they had to pull up and using the blowtorch on her. Most people never got past that.
Yeah. So, but if you're into the gore, check Hostel out. So another one we'll talk about, gore and absolute zaniness, comes up a little bit.
Dr. Satan! Dr. Satan!
Hey, I'll be right back. Give me.
All right.
You keep on keeping on, and I'll be right
back. There's so much to be said about this movie. It was Rob Zombie's first movie. Absolutely just fucking bonkers. Gore and over the top everything.
It was style over substance, but it was really entertaining. I was into this one for quite a while. Like when it first came out, I went and saw it in the theater. We had to drive like an hour away because I lived in Iowa City, Iowa at the time, and there were no theaters in Iowa City, a college town, showing this movie for some reason. And we had to drive to like fucking Davenport to go watch it. And I was really into it, and my buddy was like, it wasn't worth driving an hour for. And then when it came out on DVD, I watched it every day for like a week. You know, I watched it with the commentary, then I'd watch it with just the music only track. Yeah, I watched it every way because I was totally into like the visuals and thought it looked badass, you know. But it doesn't hold up, you know,
the
dialogue.
the DVD, man. You just put the DVD in and push the tray in and listen for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, you could just let the title menu play with Sid Haig keep coming out and doing all of his routines, you know. And
yeah, Mendoza right there. Sid Haig was great.
Sid Haig is the best part of all those movies.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, this one, like, I didn't see it in the theater. It was out before I saw it. And it took a couple views because it was a little bit of everything mixed together, and it was just so weird, and it was different from stuff that was coming out at the time. Like, you got to give it credit for being different. It was a little bit of everything, and so ultra violent. And you got this motherfucker right there. What's the matter, bitch? Don't you like clowns?
Don't you think we're fucking funny?
I've got some top secret clown business that supersedes any plans you might have for this automobile today. Best part, Wraith said, these movies, absolutely just best character in them. I mean, Otis is fine, but especially in this one, in House of a Thousand Corpses, with Sid Haig, man, he's just the perfect mix of raw. Just he brings the humor. Everybody else in the movie was so over the top, trying to be funny and creepy, and he was just like deadpan, delivery.
Sid Haig is a scene stealer for just about anything he was ever in, and he was in things for 50 years, and people didn't know who he was until this came out, and then kind of gave him a resurgence in his career. But he was in all kinds of movies.
Yeah, you go back and watch. He was in an episode of Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, he was in Spider Baby was his first movie when he was like a teenager. Then he was in all like those Coffee and Pam Grier movies where he was always like some sleazy gangster or something.
Yeah, he was always some kind of thug. But absolutely, like you said, scene stealer. Then we go to this one. So this one I saw in the theater twice, bought the DVD, and I actually have the DVD jacket signed by a lot of the actors. Probably one of my favorite possessions as far as like any kind of horror stuff goes. Complete 180 type of movie from House of a Thousand Corpses. And like, you can't even believe that they're the same characters. They are.
It's like a sequel that isn't.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have
reality.
Yeah. And this is one of what I think is the scariest type of movie for me, as far as horror that gets me, like the supernatural shit. I don't bother me, even though I believe in, that stuff. These people are out there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You watch true crime, there's dozens of stories of people like this, maybe not to the magnitude of the scope that they portrayed in the movies, but these fuckers are out there. There's absolutely batshit family that'll kill anybody for fun, and maybe they get caught, maybe they don't. But I loved this movie. I think this is one of the most perfect non-slasher, like psycho type horror movies that we've ever gotten. It's almost more action suspense, but I mean, they're scary. Like the Fireflies are fucking scary. And I thought the ending to this movie was probably one of the best endings that we've ever gotten in a movie, one like this, where they ride off into the barricade of cops and just blow them to pieces.
And then they live anyway because they're in Three from Hell. But that's a different story.
So unfortunately,
speaking of which,
they ruined the perfect ending and made this absolute piece of shit. I like Foxy. I love Richard Brake. He's a great actor. He's great in stuff like this. He was really good in 34, which is kind of similar to these movies. It's like Devil's Rejects meets Tiny Tina from fucking Borderlands. What did you guys think? Did you guys? I know Jay did. Wraith, did you see Three from Hell? Did you see it?
I got about halfway through it.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It was one of those. So in my house, I usually watch the movies watch really late, and so if a movie keeps me awake because I'm old as fuck now, I will continue watching it and not fall asleep. But like this just put me to sleep, dude. Like this just put me to sleep.
So I wanted to go see it in the theater, and it was gone before I had a chance to go. Like it was only in like 2 theaters near me, and they both had 2 or 3 showings of it a day for like a week, and it vanished. Wow. And this is the one I was talking about where like they just made this movie to give his wife a larger role in this universe. Yeah. Even Otis in this movie was
after Devil's Rejects. He was trying too hard. He couldn't really he couldn't really keep a coherent story. He just wanted to up the visuals and up the craziness, quote unquote. And he lost sight of the fact that people still want to give a shit about the characters. And he made stuff like this in 31, which were just stupid.
Yeah. What did I say? 42 or 43? Maybe I was thinking a movie 43 or
I think you said 34, but it's 31. Close enough.
I've always done that. I was only 3 off.
You can owe me the 3. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. But he absolutely ruined everything from Devil's Rejects by making this movie. It was god awful. I've only finished it twice, even though in the whole luchador cartel thing is just silly.
I never got into those films, man. I was really not very interested in those for whatever reason. I think maybe so. I'm usually not into the overly gory stuff, like and it's not to say that I don't appreciate like some of the ones with the practical effects in like the 80s and stuff like that. But I think as we got into this new age, into the 90s and 2000s, where it was kind of over the top. And I think Jay Astro was even maybe talking about that a little while ago, about some of the gore and just being the hyper realistic, even though obviously like with splatter and stuff like that, it's kind of out of control or whatever. As much as I liked the first Saw movie, and we touched on that earlier too, it's like I just these never appealed to me. The freakish kind of, kind of movies with these really weird characters that, and the makeup and stuff they play. They just never did anything for me personly. But I know they have a huge following.
House of 1,000 Corpses was more like a R-rated like live action horror comic book.
Okay.
Devil's Rejects is the realest, grittiest one of them all. That's what I was saying, right? Like those are the horror tropes that really freak me out, are the real people psychopaths. Leatherface. Right. Leatherface is just a dude with a chainsaw and a mask made out of flesh. Same thing here, and with this one they kind of revert back to a mix of corpses and rejects, and it don't work. This was a movie that never needed to be made. So
What was the one? Was it the I don't know if this is the right movie. It's I don't think it's is it The Strangers? Where they get
the
a knock
invasion
in the
movie, Liv
middle of the
Tyler.
night, and they're tied up, and it's these people
Yeah.
in masks, and they kind of, I remember seeing that one, and
The Strangers bothered me because the concept is whatever, but it's one guy and two girls that weigh about 90 pounds each.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm supposed to be scared of them because they're wearing doll masks.
Yes,
Yeah.
I remember thinking that when I was watching it. I mean,
Show up at my dad's house and try that bullshit and see how quickly you just get fucking shot.
Right, and I kind of strayed off the path, obviously, of what we're looking at here.
Yeah, well, but the concept of the Strangers, though, like that's the fear.
Oh
like,
yeah, man!
People just show up in mass,
Isolated house, middle of the
why-
night, and
why are you doing this?
Can you
'Cause
please
were
help me?
home.
I ran out of gas. I mean, obviously that's not the case with that. It's like, well, you're home, and this is, you just happen to be the unlucky people. But the person in the middle of the night is like, can I use your phone?
Like, and the Strangers, like they saw them, like they saw them out there. Now,
yeah.
Well, and that was another plot hole too. Is like, so if we've all seen it, I hope I'm not ruining anything for anybody. They've already remade it, so whatever. But
yeah,
when he's in the room and they're in the room that has no windows and he's got the gun, and the only reason he stops that plan is because he accidentally shot his friend. Well, you shot your friend and that sucks, but your plan was still solid. You should have just stayed in the room with the gun. You didn't all of a sudden need to change your game plan.
right.
Because it was still a good idea. You just fucked it up the first time, but stick with it and just keep trying.
Yeah. And if I see if I look through a peephole and see some weird motherfuckers out there, like, one, I ain't gonna open the door. Two, Mr. 9mm is the shepherd that protects my righteous ass. So if I open the door, it's gonna be with him. So going through, now that we've talked about the Strangers, I think I can skip that one when we get to it. So different convention. That is Otis. That's Bill Mosley.
Otis Spunkmeyer?
Otis Spunkmeyer.
I love his muffins.
Mr. Spunk Muffin.
I love his muffins. They're fantastic.
So that was when I met Otis and was quite a bit thinner, and was when I got to meet Sid Haig.
Weren't we all?
Yeah. So another one we
I was never
about a little. Yeah. This was another one we talked about a little while ago.
Yeah, man.
Excellent movie. I love they could have put this on the Strangers. Ding dong, you're dead.
It's just, man, it takes me back to an era of going to the VHS, places and looking at all the covers.
I was just literally going to say the same thing.
Right?
Classic cover.
It's so, because that's what, because VHS was such a medium that was able to take low budget and a lot of stuff and get it in front of you. And the cover is what had to grab your attention, right? And you wanted to rent something because of the cover of it. The movie didn't always live up or even have something that even was associated with the cover, right? But this, it's just, this is a classic one. And so many of these horror movies from back in the day like that, where the cover was just so iconic that you're like, I gotta watch this. I gotta. Can we rent this tape? What was the one 3-star we had? Was it The Exterminator with the guy on the front and the
flamethrower? Went out.
That's a great movie.
Low budget version of fucking the Enforcer.
Yes, The Exterminator, and I remember grabbing that one off the shelf.
No, not Enforcer, fucking Death Wish. That's what I'm trying to think of. It's like a
Yeah.
low budget. He makes his own flamethrower and goes out
But it was
working
it was like
thugs.
that
He
kind
dips
of
that one guy into the meat grinder, the one gangster. He's got him like hooked up and just drops him into the meat grinder.
yes, man.
Yeah,
Like
that's a
it
good
just these
So-
these ones like this era remind me of that time
Yeah.
period.
House, awesome movie, a lot of
Gorgeous.
good. Yeah, a lot of
You had
he's the
somebody
nosy
from
ass
Cheers.
neighbor.
Somebody from Cheers, somebody from Night Court.
Yeah, it was a
Jamal,
NBC financed this movie. So we go to
Oh
little
yeah,
Jeepers Creepers action there.
yeah.
At this some bitch here. I was never crazy about this one. It just didn't do much for me.
It wasn't one of my like not like Creep Show or some other, I was even like Pumpkinhead, for instance. But
Yes.
Jeepers Creepers always reminded me of that kind of genre, so to speak, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought it was really good, and then it was kind of ruined for me when the director turned out to be a child molester, and
Yeah, that always kind of fucks things up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
kind of ruined those movies for me. Yeah. And then I went and saw the fourth one. They had that Jeepers Creepers Reborn came out in theaters for like 2 days last year, where it was released by like Fathom Events, so it was like a special limited release, and it was all different filmmakers, and it was such a piece of fucking trash. It was awful. It was like the most amateurish, not even video quality.
Hang on a second.
Chest is back. He's changed out the ice in his tub. He had his kidney removed earlier.
He was asking about something earlier, like way earlier. He was asking Jay Astro about was it Brad Alexander movie or Brad? It was something you guys were talking about way early on. He had posed a question in the chat. And I remember.
Keep in mind, I can't see the chat because I'm on my phone with the screen.
That's right.
So if anybody said anything to me, I can't see.
Yeah, that could be it.
Sorry, I wasn't ignoring it.
He had asked it a couple times, and I wish I remember what it was. He may remember it. Okay.
Was it about Session 9 with Brad Anderson?
Yeah, Brad Anderson. It was, Session 9. Okay. That's what it was.
I didn't see it, I guess.
Sorry, Warchest. I wasn't trying to ignore you. I just didn't. I can't see your chat. So
what was the question? Is Brad Anderson in Session 9?
He directed it.
Yeah, he directed it.
All right.
And he directed like The Machinist with Christian Bale.
Oh yeah, that's a weird fucking movie. So let's get through some more slides. Got this one. This one looks awful familiar to me.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Of course, I had to throw this one on the thumbnail. Absolutely love this movie. Always watch it at least once during Halloween season. This is one I can watch anytime.
Yes, yeah, classic. Period.
You got to watch it in black and white. I don't like it colorized bullshit. I like give me the original, the black and white.
Yeah.
And there's the ghoul from the beginning that started it all. And it's like this was the OG zombie, really. I mean, as far as what we know is a more modern zombie trope, it's this dude right here crawling through the cemetery, coming to get you, Barbara.
Coming to get you, Barbara. That's the quote. That's exactly it. Yep.
This movie reinvented zombies, because zombies previously, like in the 40s and 50s and all, like the little cheap black and white action adventure movies, it was always like they were a voodoo thing, and they weren't really dead people. It was just they'd go to some island and it was voodoo guys. This was the first human, like flesh eating undead creature. This was the genesis of that whole idea, which now you can't get away from it. It's in everything.
No. But the whole you got to shoot them in the head. You shoot them in the head, they go down pretty easy. This is where it all.
They're all messed up.
Yeah, no, but that's. But think about the lore implications of all of that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's it literally everything is derived. So much is derived from this film.
All the Walking Dead we were just talking about, the 19 different Walking Dead series. None of that would exist
Right.
if not for George Romero.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead, which was obviously the sequel to this, which I did not grab any shots of the original Dawn of the Dead, which I really love as well. That was a really groundbreaking movie.
The first three, all three of them, Night, Dawn, and Day, are all amazing.
I did not mind Land. It was okay. It just didn't really seem like it fit, but it definitely had the social commentary.
But
it bothered me at the end when they started making the zombies intelligent and trying to make them sympathetic. I'm like, yeah, I don't need that.
I just the one like so obviously this early on and everything that came from this, but Tom Savini is like the one person I associate so much with a lot of the later stuff from the 70s and 80s. Like I all of his designs and everything, even acting in the movies. He's like that one person that I just associate with the dead stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, well, he had his own VHS that was out with like all of his makeup stuff and like highlight reel from all the movies he'd been in. Mm-hmm. That was like Scream Greats, it was called, and that was right in the horror section of all the video stores in my town. So he was like the real first like celebrity makeup. I mean, there was other ones in the past, like
but
the
you're right,
Smiths and whatever, but that were in like the Famous Monsters magazines or whatever. But Tom Savini was like the first one that had his own video.
Yeah, man. No, he was definitely celebrity. He would go on the late night talk shows and show off like his creatures and stuff like that. Like I remember him being on maybe Carson or Letterman or stuff like that too.
Sex Machine.
Yes, unbelievable. Yeah.
Come on, Sex Machine.
Yeah, come on, Sex Machine.
That movie fucking blew my mind when it came out, man. I went and saw that. No idea what to expect.
That was the first time we saw George Clooney in anything other than ER and couldn't believe that he could kill it on the big screen. I know. Literally.
Psychos? Is that what they look like to you? Psychos? Psychos do not explode when the sunlight hits them. I don't give a fuck how crazy they are.
Fuck how crazy they are. That's right.
They were vampires, Carlos.
I said
one of the greatest lines in any movie ever.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let's kill that fucking band.
Another iconic poster. Another amazing, and who did this poster? Do you know who actually? I'm gonna look it up real quick.
I don't know, but I use that kind of light effect in all my toy pictures because I totally ripped it off from this poster, and I use it like in every picture I make for Instagram. So,
Duncan.
Thanks to whoever made it up.
Duncan Eagleson is the person that I think original. Well, let's see here. I want to make sure I got my facts straight. But yeah, this is, I mean, and again, if you walked into a VHS store and you were looking down the aisles and you knew nothing about this movie, had never heard of it, and you came across this cover, you would have to rent this. You'd have to.
Yeah, it always just stood out amongst all those great VHS covers, and this one, like, the cover is it's scary. Like, it's not.
It conveys what the film is about too, without giving anything away, and you can look at that and know approximately what you're in for, and it really encapsulates the whole spirit of the whole franchise in that one poster.
So this was a guy named Matthew Peak, Peak, Matthew Peak. He's the one that did, I think, several of the posters. He did golly, this is interesting.
Like 1 through 5 especially are all very kind of similar.
Right.
They've all got the glove and some form of something.
Some variation of Freddy's face and like an eyeball.
25 years old in 1984 when he was hired to come up with the illustrations for Nightmare on Elm Street. And there's a great
most of these horror movie covers.
This is exactly what this article says. So War Chest definitely knows his stuff. He man, like, yeah, bunch of stuff. That's cool, man. That's
Before
cool.
before you go on, it's 3 o'clock, so I gotta get.
Oh
go.
crap!
But I want to talk about really quickly. I know this is kind of going off, well, not off topic, but I want to say the 2 most recent movies that are my favorite horror movies, right? And I'm sure you guys have seen these. First one is the very first VHS movie.
Yeah.
I really like that
Excellent.
movie. I really
Yep.
like that. The other ones that have come, like it's like whatever. But the first one, especially the succubus and all the other shit that was going on in those movies, like that was really good. The other movie was something called, and I know Jay Astro probably knows this. I'm not sure if you guys know this movie, but Hell House. Did you guys ever see Hell House? Holy
I know
There's
of
like
it.
3 of them now, isn't there? Like,
Yeah.
there's like,
You should
Hell House LLC, right?
don't just
Yep.
watch the very first Hell House. Yeah, you will.
Okay.
It's in the vein of like Blair Witch Project when it, realistic, holding camera and stuff like that. But that movie will get you. It's a good movie, especially where I live. I live in upstate New York by the Appalachians. So a lot of the shit, like driving around, when you talk about like the area and stuff like that, so true. It's so true to what's going on. But Hell House and VHS, the first one, are my most recent movies that still stick in my head that I remember. So,
Huh.
that first VHS, especially where she's in the hotel room
oh
and she's like, I
God,
like you. And then
I
her face is
know,
like
dude.
splitting
I'm
open.
like,
I like you.
I know. And the guy's so hard. He's
passed,
like, yeah, sure, okay.
I passed on watching VHS for a long time because I'm like, well, this is going to be, it's just another found footage
Yep.
Blair Witch knockoff. I don't care. And it was
2012.
on one day on one of the channels that I've got that's on my Pluto TV built in, one of the horror channels. I'm like, well, I'll turn it on and I'll watch it. And I was amazed how damn
Yeah.
good it was. It's really
I think
good.
the first
Hell
2
House
are
I haven't
excellent.
seen.
The first 2 VHS movies are fantastic. After that, whatever.
I
But
think
Yeah,
the
I've
3rd one's
seen,
terrible, actually.
I've
VHS
seen one.
85.
Viral. VHS Viral is the 3rd one, and that one sucks.
Okay.
That's by
Yeah.
far like the worst one. The other ones are
2014.
decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
2012,
like
But
2013,
4 or 5.
2014.
there's 7
Yeah.
of them right now.
Yeah,
The
there's a
8th one
bunch.
is coming out next year.
Yeah, you have VHS 94, you have 85, you have 99.
I really like the
Viral.
first one with the stories, Jay. Those, especially the succubus one and the
Yeah.
was it also in the first one where the it was the
Beyond.
missionaries and they were at the I don't want to ruin it for anybody who didn't see it, but they were at the I guess they were in the Philippines or something like that.
The cult compound one. It's
Yes.
called like
Yes, yes.
Daddy or something like that, or
Yeah.
something.
If
And
you guys
that's in the 2nd one.
Oh, that's in the second. Okay, so the
That's
first
in
and
the
the second
second
one actually, yeah. So the first and the second one are good. So I'm gonna drop, but I want to say if you guys see something,
Yikes.
definitely watch Hell House. Definitely,
All right.
definitely,
All right.
because I would love to talk to you guys about it after you see it. Especially right after you see it, I would love to see what your opinion on it is. So,
All right.
Dig it, man.
all right, guys.
Thanks for
I'm
hanging
out.
out, Wraith. It was nice hanging out with you.
See ya, buddy.
Popping in, man.
Yep.
Hell
See you
yeah.
always, Wraith.
Have a good rest of the well, it's not Halloween anymore.
Yeah.
But good rest
Yeah.
of
Day
the
of the Dead.
I'm not long for this world either. I wanted to bring up one movie here in a minute after these slides here. I was going to bring one up and see if you
Well,
guys remembered it.
Later,
I
guys.
can see you, Ray.
See
I
you,
can
buddy.
skip through them. We ain't got to go through
That's fine.
all of them.
Yeah, I got to be at work in a couple hours here. So
Holy
All right.
shit.
Well, I certainly appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us, man. So we know
No,
it's going
for
to
sure.
be
Thank
late.
yeah,
We
no, I
definitely-
appreciate it. I'd stay up all fucking night if I didn't have to work. But
Well, I'll just go through and I'll pick out some of the highlights because I saved a bunch. I knew we may or may not get through all of them. So one movie that I mentioned earlier that I've got to talk about this one for sure is, let me remove this one and pull up this one right here, got to talk about this. Um, this movie, one of my favorites. Absolute, just like balls to the wall, crazy, scary. Saw this with mom. I mentioned, um, just talking about movies, talking about loss and grief and stuff. This dude absolutely loses his mind. What do you guys think about the original Pet Cemetery?
I mean,
That's a 10 out of 10 for sure. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you know, I loved it. There, the things that stand out for me obviously is that Gage cutting the Achilles tendon in the old man's
Oh yeah.
leg. That was one that I still even to this day cringe at.
We're gonna see cringe because I
The
got it.
the the whole thing about loss. I do feel like in a way though, the original, um because the Stephen King books always get a little bit bastardized, right? They kind of get,
Oh yeah,
really mixed up and changed up. I think there are some scenes a little bit that maybe could have been expanded upon a bit when it comes to like the Indian, stuff and the land and everything. But I mean, overall, I mean, yeah, this is one of the ones that, I always loved. And, um, again, it's one of them things about, yeah, Velda in particular with the back and her, the cry, the sounds and everything. It's just awful. Yeah, and
don't even do it, dude. I just get chills.
but the
Uh,
sense of losing a child, which for
yeah.
me for many many years was never something that I could associate with, right? And then when I actually had one who was about that age, it's one of those fears that you have as a parent. And so I could see parents at that time, watching this movie and thinking about, I mean, look both ways before you cross the road. Man,
Right.
that busy ass road out there, I hate that road. People speed up and down this road. Oh, it's a highway, Hell, the road you lived on for many a year was a 55-mile-an-hour road with tractor
Yep.
trailers up and down it. You lost many a dog out there, right?
I lost
Did you guys
lost the
ever see
count.
that meme? That meme with this where it's Gage getting hit by the semi and they're playing Chumbawambas. I get knocked down, but I get
Oh,
up again.
Jesus, that's
No,
great.
I
But
didn't.
like this, the shoe and everything
Yeah,
about it. You have the old man
Star
across the
Wars
way, and
shoe.
he's talking about about the I think the road and everything, and just whatever. And it's so yeah, classic, love it. I'm not going to ramble on too much longer, but yeah, I always love this one. Saw the remake, saw the newer one. Um, I think it's kind of a cheap. I think it's a bit of a cheap knockoff. There are parts of it I enjoy, but there are parts of it where I just thought that does not come close to the original.
I thought it was awful and pointless, the remake.
I couldn't.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe Stephen King gave approval for it.
right.
If I'd never seen the first one, it would have been okay. So I've got. So there's the little chick from it. So why we're talking about this, and I threw it in here just to be brave for you guys. Um, I mentioned there are a few scenes in all of the horror stuff that I have ever watched that still absolutely send chills down my fucking spine. And I threw it in here for y'all because you can't not talk about this bitch right
It's
here.
awful. It's awful. The makeup, the face. I
And,
mean, just
um,
it's terrifying, dude. It really is.
and
Bony structure, just awful to
like
look at.
like you guys said, the sound, hey Joe,
I
like
mean,
dude,
just think
I don't know.
about,
I think she's kind of hot.
yeah,
but think about
10 out of
being
10 would bang.
But think about being in that situation, you know what I mean? Pass or smash, smash or pass. It's
I'm swiping right as hard as I can here. This is not working.
right. But think about being in that situation, right? like you know, and either watching that or having to be a part of it or deal with
Think
it.
about what
you
her
know?
room smells like, probably.
Right. And the thing of it is though, is that it is something that a lot of people can relate to, you know, in some
Yeah.
shape, form, or fashion, right? And it is horrific. It is a real life part of, you know, it's a real thing, a part of life for some people, and it is horrific. It's awful,
And
and so yeah, you play that part into it, the loss of a child, you know, just the wish fulfillment of, you know, I wish I had my
wish,
cat back, you know,
yeah,
my dog back. Well, oh my God. Well, I mean, hey, why not give it a shot, right?
has
You're in
anybody ever
grief.
buried a person up there?
It's, you know, unbearable grief. And yeah, I mean, you know, you could see someone realistically, you know, take the supernatural out of it, but you could see someone in their grief going to these lengths
Yeah.
if
Oh yeah.
they could, to
If they
figure out a
thought,
way to try to reverse what
yeah,
happened. I mean, I
if
could
they
This
see that
movie's all on Judd though, because he never should have told that guy about the fucking thing to begin with. The whole
100%.
story he tells him is all about what a bad idea it was to do that. So why even
Yeah,
tell him to begin with? Why not just
yeah,
keep your
right.
fucking mouth shut, Judd?
it was this
Asshole.
dude's whole family and ultimately them because he told him about it to start with.
Yeah.
So
About something that he never should have mentioned.
and so I threw this in there because this still chills me. So my ex that talked about earlier that we did all the Halloween stuff and did the nun costume this year. Every year when it gets toward Halloween, she sends me this picture to
Ugh,
fuck with me
ugh.
every year, and she's like, "It's time," or you know something, and it's
Right.
like I'm not expecting it. I just like, oh, I got a text from her, see what's going on, and it's this exact picture, and every time it chills me because it is so creepy. It helps to know that that's really a dude under all that makeup, but
Yes.
I
Yeah.
always thought that I always thought it for the longest time that it was Amanda Plummer. Kind
Damn.
of looks like her, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
a little bit. So I know we got to start wrapping up, but I want to give you guys a chance to bring up any other ones that you got in mind. I'm gonna let Jay Astro go first, and I'm just gonna
Yeah.
advance the slide so I don't have to look at this shit anymore, and I can delete it. And I'll just, oh my god, it's cursed. It won't let me change it.
No.
Your
Oh,
computer just freezes up right there. Yeah.
oh no. So, anything else that you guys, any other ones you want to talk about, Jay Astro?
No.
He's frozen. No, he's got to get to bed, man.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I was gonna say. Here's the problem. When you ask me like what my top 5 is, I'm kind of like I need to be this know-it-all that impresses everyone and tells everyone how many
You
thousands of horror movies I
know,
used to own and have, and I could go on for days about
I
all
can
these great
tell.
movies.
I
And
can
so I don't
tell you
really know
know a
where to
lot.
start. You
Yeah,
know, it's
dude.
like I don't know where to start. I've got something to say about every movie. I mean,
Yeah.
Halloween 3 is actually probably my favorite movie to watch around this time of year now.
It's funny
Uh,
because I appreciate it now more than I did when
yeah,
I was a
I
kid.
know a lot of people didn't love it, and even when I was a kid, same thing. I was like, "What the fuck is this movie with no Michael Myers in it?"
We
But
talked
now I
about
think
it
it's a
last night.
yeah, and now I think it's a fantastic movie, and it really has its own voice and its own thing, and it's all awesome. So like that's the one I watched recently. I was supposed to watch, my triple feature is Night of the Living Dead, Rocky Horror Picture Show, and the original Halloween. And I'll get to
Oh,
that still this weekend. Those are the 3 I watch every Halloween like night. Though tonight was an exception because I had a different thing here, but
Sweet
I'll still watch them. I'll still
transvestite.
watch them. You know.
yeah. I certainly appreciate you breaking your
No, it's cool.
ritual for for being here with us because I know how
That's why
important.
That's why I own them because I can watch them whenever I want. I don't have to be asleep. There's that Street Trash remake that I don't want
There
to
you
see.
go.
I know I know how important those rituals are this time of year to watch those movies. I broke mine. I usually watch Halloween and I watched The Exorcist at midnight, and I changed that up tonight to do this. Morchess mentions Mouth of Madness. I love that movie.
I usually just watch reruns of Benson and Alice. That's fucked up, man. I need to get with the times.
Benson had a great Halloween episode with the
I bet he
feel like
did
that-
with
Was that with
Kraus.
Robert Guillaume?
Yeah, oh
Mhm.
yes.
That's who. Oh, yeah, I thought it was a good show. I like
And
that.
Kraus,
Benson.
the housekeeper.
Endicott, that
Yeah,
conniving bastard.
Oh yeah, that's
Clayton Endicott.
Clayton Endicott. That guy, by the way, was an amazing actor and talented thespian and voice actor as well. And he was in Fallout New Vegas. Actually, did a lot of lines in Fallout New Vegas, Mr. Endicott. But anyway, so I have one that I want to bring up real quickly. Maybe y'all remember this, maybe you don't. This movie used to, with Chuck Connors. This was Chuck Connors at his lowest point, from The Rifleman to Tourist Trap. But
I wouldn't say lowest. This is a good movie.
I think it's fine, but this movie,
That was mentioned earlier. I think maybe Mendoza. Somebody mentioned that earlier.
This movie, I remember my dad, when I had to go to my dad's every other weekend, and he had this on VHS, I believe. And I remember seeing this over there. And this movie freaked me out, man, because the idea of being alive and somebody putting wax on you and suffocating you and creating a living or whatever mannequin out of your body. Oh my God. Like, dude, it awful. And it's just, it's a classic unsuspecting teens on holiday, and then the person who's housing them or who owns the hotel or the motel or whatever it is, you know what I mean? And one by one covers them in hot wax, but he's also like this freak who has a bunch of mannequins in an attic that he talks
and
to.
Psychic powers. Don't forget.
Yes, psychic powers. It was just
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Crazy. You should watch it just to know that you've seen it. But it really is. It is truly of its time. Early 70s, I believe, and just a very the music soundtrack is also what people thought a horror soundtrack should be at that time. But yeah, it's a kooky movie, man. But it used to really freak me out back in the day, and so that was one that I wanted to bring up.
Mendoza just said Motel Hell.
Yeah, Motel Hell was good.
I've got a Motel Hell poster right there behind me. There.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many good movies. I knew when we did this we were going to get sidetracked and whatever. It's been fun. I probably got 25 more saved, on here.
Holy shit!
Slides. People have mentioned stuff that I hadn't even thought of, and like Motel Hell, Mouth of Madness, like those are all great. And they didn't even come to mind. While we were talking earlier, I pulled up The Crazies. I forgot The Crazies. We didn't even get to the shit that starts with the. There are so many horror movies that start with the. We didn't get to The Thing, The Twilight Zone, a lot of stuff, but I know we need to wrap up so everybody can get in bed. I would not have thought that Loves Mules would have liked Hostel,
or would still be here putting in the chat at 2:21 a.m.
If you
you got to keep in mind too that we're all kind of the same age, so we've got around 120 years, 150 years of horror movie life behind us. And
right, that's
to catch up on that in any amount of hours in a day you're never gonna get there because
you're right.
Don't even try. Just go and just do it again next year, or whatever. So or anytime.
Loves Mules. If you should happen to see a package from Hasbro with my name on it, take it and drop it off on your way home tomorrow. Cause
What is it? DHL?
yeah, DHL handing it off
Uh,
to the USPS. So
Is it your Nemesis Enforcer or Immortal or?
yeah,
Mine's on the way. I actually didn't order him, and then I was like, well, fuck it, I kind of want him. And then he was sold out, and then I ordered, but then the next day he was back up. So Hasbro's on their bullshit again. Where they're like, oh, we found 20 more. Somebody canceled or whatever.
Yeah,
so then I ordered them, and
I'm gonna have to do another video and get them back on their game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was sold out for like a day, but then he was back up, and I just happened. But then he was sold out later again because I checked just out of curiosity. I'm like, is he sold out again already?
War Chest is not very happy with that pre-order, from what I understand. And
did you wind up getting him more chest?
He did go back up, but I know every time I looked, it was sold out. But
he told me you were having trouble nailing him down.
Yeah.
So. I take it you did not really have a kidney removed today, because I really thought you were serious earlier. They said he had a kidney removed today, and we were
no. That's
so that happened.
Oh, that happened. Yes.
Okay. Well, then
he is he's a one kidney man. Right.
No
now.
coffee for you. Then my previous statement does still hold up, buddy. I do hope you have a good recovery. So I thought you was maybe fucking with us because it was Halloween and I fell for it.
No.
He's glad you're doing well.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
Glad to hear you are doing well, because I did not know that till you told us.
Yeah, he's been on some.
Yeah, that's selective. I imagine that's no fun at all.
Might have had something to do with not being able to grab that Nemesis.
That finally sent him over the edge.
Might have been in and out of consciousness, and I can fully understand. But it's been kind of a pain in the ass. But yeah, I'm sure we'll all be in some shape, form, or fashion letting each other know that mine came. Yeah, got him. Watching reviews and all that. No doubt. That's a no truer statement has ever been said.
Oh, well, fellas, I think we probably ought to wrap it up. It's 2:30 our time. I do want to thank everybody that has been hanging in with us, watching, listening to us talk about these horror movies. Maybe some other time, not even Halloween, we could just do another horror movie stream and finish these slides and add some to it. Good time. Maybe start it a little earlier on a night when we're not starting late for, a reason, a good reason, but we did start late tonight. So everybody, appreciate you. Hit that like if you hadn't done that, because I always forget to say it.
That's the thumbs up one, not the thumbs down.
Yes, that's
thumbs
up.
1.9.
Don't be like those 4 people on all of Lawrence's videos.
I give them titties 2 thumbs down.
4 thumbs down, Charlie Murphy. The milk is gone sour. What are you going to be taking some pictures of tomorrow, Jay Astro? Give us a sneak preview.
I might take a break for a day. I don't know. I posted like 30 pictures on Instagram in the last 2 days, because I like to do everything in threes. I'm not like superstitious or anything, but I like the way it lines up, in my story that way. So I don't know. It depends on who shows up tomorrow. I think I've got something that's supposed to be here tomorrow, but I'm not sure. I'm waiting. Like I said, I'm mostly waiting on Monster Force now. And
let me know when you get them and you get a couple of them open. Send me a message and let me know what you think of them. I want to know what I think you're gonna love them. I'm going to order. I got 2 others that I'm going to order out of this wave that I've got in mind, but they really were worth the wait so far.
They look fucking rad. I mean, I ordered, I think, all of them, and then 2 of one of them, like 2 of the Obsidian guard guys, because I'm like, that's kind of more my troop builder one. The other ones can all just be one. I almost skipped the red guy because I don't really like him. He looks all right, but I got one. I'm like, well, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, I just couldn't afford to get them all and at one time, and
I really couldn't either. I'm just irresponsible.
Yeah, right. I just wanted to get a couple to get a sense of how good, how well made they were, or whatever. I've got my answer. So I got
I
two
don't
more.
remember if it was you or somebody else. Did the crossbow for Declan there? Does his crossbow break on you, or was that
It
maybe
wasn't
somebody
me.
else? I'm thinking.
What wasn't me. I didn't have any issue with mine playing around with it. I know somebody broke. It wasn't the crossbow. It was his that I heard. It was his M4 that somebody
Oh.
had an issue with. Not the, but maybe there is an issue with the crossbow.
Somebody I watched definitely broke off like the bolt part of it or something that's like within the crossbow itself. Like, yeah. But
He said, "Show the neck. Show him the neck." And I think what he means about the neck is
Oh no, that's one ugly neck.
why do our GI Joe snipers and divers and flying guys
right,
do that? But they don't all.
Raptor needs that neck.
Raptor needs it badly. They don't all have that articulation.
The raptor.
Birdman of Alcatraz, right there.
With his pecker mouth.
With his protruding beak and his talon-like tongue.
I call him Chip now.
I
Chip.
threw the
Chip,
vest for Van Helsing on Punisher. Yeah, it looks good. So yeah, let me know what you think of these guys when you get them, because
they haven't even shipped them yet. I ordered them like 2 days ago. Yeah, they take a while.
You'll have your Dragonfly probably before you get them.
I'm not getting a Dragonfly. No, I didn't get one. I didn't order. I wasn't really into the line that much when it was time to order those. I didn't really get into the line seriously until like late December last year. You know what I mean? So less than a year that I've been buying them up.
Well, I mean, I missed the hiss, so it just you got it.
I didn't get that either. Yeah. I kind of want a Wild Bill. I don't even care about the. I have limited space. Like I have an apartment, and it's a 1-bedroom apartment, and I don't have anywhere to put a 3-foot fucking plastic airplane or helicopter.
I heard that.
I know how that goes, because I had when I had my apartment, I tried to cram as much stuff, some of the Joe vs. Cobra stuff when it come back out. I was buying a lot of McFarlane Movie Maniacs and stuff then, so I feel your pain. So
figures you can just throw in a tote. After a while, I can just put in a tote and I can put all my Masters of the Universe or whatever in a Rubbermaid somewhere and slide it under a shelf, and I don't have to worry so much about that. But yeah, like I've got a Vamp and a Stinger, and those don't take up too much room, but that's about as much as I need for the big vehicles, and a couple ferrets, or one ferret and one thing. That's the little shit,
Yeah.
I don't, but that's one of the reasons I backed out of the Rattler, and I kind of want a Wild Bill and I kind of want a Wild Weasel, but I'll just find them from someone that wants to sell me one.
Yeah. I mean, they'll be out there, both of them. I mean, anybody,
I think Woody's going to sell me a Wild Weasel. I think I already got him squared away with that.
Yeah, he probably bought 17 of them.
Yeah, Woody's like, slow day today. I only got 19 Rattlers in there.
Right.
Hopefully it picks back up by Friday. I'm supposed to get another $6,000 worth of stuff from Hasbro.
Yeah.
There's only 14 figures in this box. I'm not even going to open it till the next one gets here.
Yeah.
Probably just give it to my daughter. I don't even know what's in it.
That shit is amazing. It's truly amazing.
Great. More power to him, though. I'm glad somebody.
Oh, we kid. We love Woody. We love Woody.
Of course.
I kid him all the time.
So. I always give him shit. I'm always like, what? Why don't you have like 11 of these? What the fuck is your problem?
So ask Jay, Pop Blender, what you got coming up? What are you doing?
Well, tomorrow night, actually, I am free, and tonight, I guess, but it's not tomorrow until I go to bed. So, Friday night, about 9:30, I will be doing Unfiltered and going through an article from Hollywood about superhero fatigue, I guess, so to speak. and diving in deep on that, bringing up some of the future projects, as well as some of the future Star Wars projects that's coming out. And also we've got an election coming up, and so I have a few things to say about that. Yep.
I haven't
Well,
heard
I hadn't. I was gonna say, yeah, I hadn't seen anything in the paper.
Well, if you don't know, yes, there is an election coming up. I will not give away my affiliation with any party, but nonetheless, yeah. So we'll be talking a little bit about that. Nice, relaxed Friday night stream for anybody that's up, at 10:30 Eastern, and that's about it. Me too.
Oh, you asked me about pictures. I did forget to mention. I got 500 followers on Instagram today. I was very excited about that. I got my 500.
Yeah.
I was like, woo, 500. And it'll probably dip back down to like 497 because half of them are spam accounts. They're like porn accounts that try to follow you back.
It's the prawn accounts and the like. Yeah, I got like.
But I got there for a second anyway, and I screenshotted it. And I'm like, "Ooh, look at that! 500 people actually."
Hey, man, always celebrate any milestone / anything like that. Always celebrate it because you won't always be able to. So
yeah, it's a little
absolutely. Congratulations. So I just looked. I'm not even gonna mention how many I got, but you have a bigger following because you do more shit and more elaborate shit. I'm glad.
I spam the hell out of anybody who follows me. Like they're like, God damn it, just skipping past my pictures. Why does this fucking guy post like 6 pictures every 2 hours? What the fuck is wrong with him? I'm like, I have a lot of toys.
Yeah, nothing wrong.
I'm afraid I'll have another heart attack before I get to share them all again.
Get them.
I got to get them out there while I'm alive.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly. Get them out there so they can be appreciated now. What's going on, Will R?
True statement, right there. True statement.
Merch can be spent on Monster Force in the meantime and other Fresh Monkey stuff.
Brought it up the other night. It is.
It's gonna get them.
If they decide that this is their course, of action, then people are, it doesn't take long for people to find something else to get in the habit of buying. And
I know last year that somebody was saying that, I think we're going to get 80 figures this year that we're in now. And
right.
What do we got? Like 20?
Yeah. Last year crushed it. This year, not so much, and then obviously there's this long wait period. Maybe that'll stay true, maybe not, but bottom line is it does not take long for people to find other things to spend their money on, and when you have a big delay in one of your best lines, I think that's an issue, and it can be attributed to a couple things. I may get into that tomorrow night as well, so
it could hurt them. Time will tell. So
a year is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes. So, I'm gonna let these
especially since half of it's for parts that already exist. Sorry, Keith.
I mean, hey, if you guys want to keep talking about it, I'm good. But y'all are the ones that need to go to bed.
Yeah.
All I got to do tomorrow is go to Kroger.
I hear you. No, it just is. I think it is going to bite them in the ass, and I think as they start to get into some of the later line figures that maybe are not as popular, so to speak, that people started dipping out at a certain age, that you're not going to have that FOMO as much, and then when you're waiting 8 months, a year on a figure, people will check out. It's only natural. It doesn't last
all
forever.
People want is dreadnoughts. Just put out all the dreadnoughts and
right. Yeah,
that's all people are waiting for. Or the original 13.
Yeah, man.
Well, all right, fellas. I will let you guys go. Thank you for joining me tonight. It's been fun.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, guys. It was cool to hang out. I appreciate you having me on. Maybe we'll do it again sometime if you're not sick of me.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to play the intro that I made for this for the outro.
Hell yeah.
That was a good intro, by the way. I like your music. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, let's listen to it again. We will
play us out of here. Play us out of here
next time. Play us out.